Good to go.
Can you show the
Yes.
All right. Not about numbers, but it's still kind of regarding numbers, because I'm speaking about financial audit. Who are we? Why are we? And what do we do? Yes. Well, so we're two people, we're a team of Alan and Orion, couldn't be here today, unfortunately, and we're the financial auditors for this mandate. This is from our statutes. I'm not going to read this to you, but we have summarized it. So why do we do financial auditing? First of all, transparency. We verify that the financial records are clear and accurate. So what the national board is having in their budgets and in their accounts matches. Also compliance. So we already talked about all the documents that we have, the legal documents. We check that everything in there actually is followed by the national board. Also effectiveness. What we do help improve for the current and for the future mandates. So for example, budgets, we check them and everything in there makes sense. And the most important part is legality. Actually, by Austrian law, we're required to have 2 financial auditors. Every association has this requirement. So maybe check in your section if you have financial auditors, because you're required to do so. What do we do? So before every NA, the national board sends out budgets, right? And we check those budgets. That's what Philip talked about. There were several versions of it because we made some comments and changes were applied. So we check, does it make sense, the numbers, is the expenditure guidance, are they followed? And are the numbers correct? Sometimes there are some like excellent mistakes in there, like the sums don't match up or something. Also, we help the national board with questions that they have regarding the budget or the expenditure guidelines. And the most important part, what we do after the mandate, is do the actual audit. In German, it's called the Rechnungsprüfung. So at the 3rd NA of every year, we do a presentation and we say, well, we give a recommendation to the sections if the board should be discharged, is the word, yes. So the German word is entlastet. Right. Yeah. So last slide, there are no applications as far as I know for the financial auditors for the next mandate. So we want you, or the national board wants you, consider applying. Thank you.
The speaker space is open. At the ESN Austria. It was a lot of fun to work with them, especially because I said I do not have any experience with treasury. It was an amazing help to have 2 very competent partners there at hand to work with creating this budget and stuff, and also checking all the invoices, what money comes in and goes out. So it was a great help. And it would be amazing to have 2 new ones, because one of them is standing right in front of you that's applied for being a treasurer. So it would be amazing to provide them also support.
Any other questions?
Lucas is in Salzburg, is in Innsbruck. Thank you for your presentation. Can you give us a rough estimation for interested people? How much is the time frame needed to bring the tender around the NAs? How was it?
You mean like how much work it is? To be honest, not that much. It's mostly centered around the NAs. You know, there's this 3 weeks deadline for the budget to be sent out, and that's basically when we start checking the budget. For the past 2 NAs, Orion and I just met up for an evening around 3 to 4 hours or something like that. The first time it took a bit longer because we had to get used to everything and check everything, but the second time was already a lot faster. And then like during the year, so to say, it's like depends on how many questions the national board has. But not that many. It's not that much work, honestly. But the fact that I audit in the end, I don't know yet. We'll see.
Reaction first. Reaction first.
Okay.
Reactions go before another questions, always.
Giacomo is in Austria. I just wanted to react about this, how much time they spend. He can sure have spent for me, but I just wanted to add one thing. As Philip said, they were helping us a lot. But if he get elected, what I really hope is from you, he is already able to respond all our questions. So if he is the treasurer, he would not ask so many questions to you, because there were weeks where I was texting or about it almost every second day. I had a chat in Slack with them, because every time I have to do a payment, because we don't really have treasure, so I'm doing a lot of payments, and I'm there. Should I pay? It's right. It's okay like this. I'm always asking to be sure. So he spent also a lot of time with us, working with us, national board. But he will not need to ask those questions to someone, because he already knows all of these answers. So in this case, the next financial editor will have less work. At least.
Mario, former national financial auditor of ESN Austria. Comment on the time it takes for the final audit. I would expect it to take approximately the same amount of time as Fabian mentioned, maybe a bit more, for 6-7 hours, I don't know. But the big advantage of ESN Austria compared to other local sections is all the cash flow of ESN Austria is done via the bank account. So you don't have to count cash and coins and whatever. It's all in a bank statement. That makes it really efficient.
Natalia is a Weatherwork. Question, maybe it's, I don't get it clear, but as financial audit, do you need to check that ESN Austria has every bill for every transaction, or you just check bank transactions? Because in Body Network, what we do, or what the financial auditors, they're checking that we have every bill of everything that we have done. So it's the same for the national level.
Yes, for every transaction, there needs to be an invoice.
Yes, I know that. But it was like, the question is like, for every NA, you have to check what's been done between the NAs, or? Okay.
Technically, yes. Or it doesn't say directly in our documents, but the national board has to provide the transactions of the current mandate before every NA. But it doesn't necessarily say that we have to do the audit every time. We only do it once at the end of the mandate. We go through all the transactions, all the invoices. So yes and no, we can go through them already and already start working on it, but we don't have to, only at the end.
Then it's right.
Mario, audit board. I know it's best practice in ESN on many levels to check every detail and every invoice and everything. Legally speaking, even ESN Austria is from the financial, let's say how much money we make, still in an area where it would be legal to just take samples and check those. And that would be also legal, I guess, for Body Network. Unless you earn more than 3 million, or you have a revenue of more than 3 million euros per year.
Okay, before Lucas, I would like to propose to close the speakers list and there's an objection. There's an objection, okay?
Ask a question. And so basically, what happens if there's no applicant, this again isn't Austria dissolved, so what happens then?
That's a really good question. I'm honestly not sure. I mean, we can operate, but it's kind of illegal, I would say, but it's not like we have to dissolve the association.
I would work to add to this. I would quote something in German. Wo kein Kläger, da kein Richter. So in the immediate future, I don't see any issue for ESN Austria, but of course we need to fill the position. If there is no one elected now, we still have time until the 1st of May to elect people. I hope that we'll be able to fill them until the official start of the mandate, but it happened before that people just step down from their position and there have to be new people re-elected. So we need to fill the position, there is no question about it. It can't be vacant for a whole year.
Anna, ESN Uni Graz, just as a comment, compared to what sections have, the amount of bills on the national level, it's a lot less. I would say from bigger sections, at least compared to the national level, just because with us at every event, the financial auditors have to go through all of the invoices. So in case you know someone from a section considering it, just say that it's not that much work because it's just a lot less invoices.
I would like to propose an end to close the speakers list. Does any objection? Speaker list is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite the stage the audit board.
Yes, they. I sent it to you. Send it.
Check on the mail.
Send it together with the, no, not that. Yeah, it was one of the very first.
Juicy email.
All right, you have, really? Steady. You have 10 minutes. Yeah, so 10 minutes.
Okay. Hello again, or hello from my side, Mario, and also
From the
we're here representing the audit board of ESN Austria. Who are we? Like Georg and I are present here currently, and we're also happy to have Alice in our audit board. She's unfortunately not able to join because I think she has her master's exam next week, so fingers crossed for that. What are we doing? You've seen part of what we do already during this NA. We are legal supervisory body of ESN Austria, so we check if what the NA, the NB, and all the legal dealings of ESN Austria are in line with the documents we have. We advise the national board, and I emphasize this point as what we do the most of the time. If somebody has questions, is unsure about some rules, they come to us and ask, and we advise them how to proceed. But, and this is what I emphasize every time I give this presentation, we are not exclusively here for the national board or the national level. Every one of you, every section, every individual member, if you're confused about the legal document, if you have questions, please approach us and we're happy to answer your questions. And also, in the end, we check the action plan, which is voted on the next NA and is a roadmap for the mandate.
Okay, so also we like to give updates on what we actually did in the recent past. Mario just mentioned the action plan. Usually, or sometimes we go into more detail about how the national board is doing with the current status of achieving the tasks in the action plan. But since I feel like the last day was a few days ago, it was actually 2 months ago, so not a lot has changed over the Christmas holidays, so there will not be a detailed update about the action plan this time. Yeah, and as Mario said, our main task is usually to advise the national board. This happens on different topics. Just to give some examples, in general, we're always very happy when we get questions just to make, and we're happy if the if anyone really is unsure on something, just check in and better safe than sorry, right? So for example, this happened when it comes to the proposal to expel ESN Graz, because this is kind of a delicate topic and everything should be done correctly. So it's nice to see the national board putting in extra effort to make sure everything is correct. We were also consulted on some topics regarding the National Assembly, and yeah, sometimes we also point out things if we notice something first. But usually it's really about pointing out. We try to point out things before there are any issues, so that it doesn't come to the situation where we have to report any problems to the National Assembly, because usually it's things that can be resolved directly anyways. Then the next point that we put in this presentation is also assistance with the budget. I want to be very clear that we are not the financial auditors, and this is not really in our task description, but it just happened this time that we were also asked for feedback, because as you can tell, Mario always has some opinions on the budget. And since I did the budget in the previous year, I also had some insights, so that's why we also have made some comments on the financial topics, especially the budget. And the only thing that we kind of had to point out to the national board, and now I will also point it out to you again, since I've actually since I'm working already, that it's really important that in order to follow the legal document, they have to be available to read somewhere. And as of now, the recent changes have not yet been implemented in a PDF file that's available to everyone. And so this is again a reminder to everyone, and I know people are working on it, maybe even right now. Yesterday some people are working on it already, so please make sure that everything is up to date on the wiki, and at the same time a reminder, every section and every member has the right to view all the legal documents at any time, and it's actually really easy. You can find them on the wiki page, and I believe also in the folder, in the participants folder of ESN. So if you want to check something yourself, feel free to do so and to read up on the details. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Are we still in the time frame?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Perfect. Then I'll hijack the rest of this time. I'm also running for re-election for the audit board, but unfortunately I will not be here this afternoon. So when the presentations of the candidates will be happening. So if you have questions towards me and running again, please approach me either now in the coffee break or tomorrow before the voting if you have some parts you want to have clarified. My application documents are in the participants folder, and if you have a sneak peek at my ESN CV, I've been a member of the ESN Audit Board ever since we created the ESN Austria Audit Board. So yeah, I think it's my 6th term coming up if you put your trust in me again, and I would be very happy if you do, and I would be happy to continue working in this body of ESN Austria.
Because it's so long.
What do you think? All right.
It's located in that book. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I think I asked you once about the presentation from your from the audit board of the in 2022. Could you upload the presentation to the wiki?
Are you talking about, you want a presentation that was had at an NA to be added to the wiki of the folder? I mean, I guess it should be possible. I don't think it's not really the audit board job to do that. I don't know. Let's put it in the folder.
Just to make sure that we got that correctly, Philip is in Austria. What you are looking for is that you want to have a specific presentation in the folder of the NA where this presentation was held.
Exactly.
And this is not the case yet.
Exactly. There's a video, but you can access the video.
Okay, thanks for letting us know. Could we discuss that later, please?
Of course. Anytime.
It's a follow-up question to this question. Arian, ESN Technicum. Is it common practice to upload all the presentations to the wiki? Or wherever they're uploaded? Can I get this? Usually there's a link on the wiki that links to a Google Drive folder where the PowerPoints are listed. That's common practice.
I would like to propose to move the speakers list. Is there any objection? Is that an objection?
That's a good question.
Okay, so check.
Yeah, regarding the current processes in ESN Austria, I think there's some issues which would need to be fixed, like for example, the agenda proposals for NAs and stuff. And right now with having National Assembly is the statutory assembly. In case you find the time, would you be up for joining the working group?
Mario, audit board. Yes. I'm already in the Slack channel which was created beforehand for some of the interested members. This NA right now is a perfect opportunity to start discussing about changes to our processes, documents, whatever. This will be done, as Anna already spoiled, in the open space session tomorrow. Any one of you who is interested in that topic, come to the session tomorrow, join the Slack channel. Even if in the end you're not writing the proposals yourself, every feedback, every input is valued. And even if you just want to look what we are discussing about it, join the Slack channel and work on the processes and the documents of ESN Austria.
You want me to answer? I mean, okay. Yeah, same for me. I wanted to try working on the documents, and I will.
Small technical detail. Mario, audit board member, is not part of any working group. Mario, ESN Uni Graz building.
I would like to propose again to close the speakers list. Does any objection? The speaker list is closed. Thank you so much. Then, similarly, something we're waiting for is campaign time. We have coffee break right now. And you have free time around 30 minutes, 25 to be honest, because we have it late, so 25 minutes please, so cafe break, tea time, everything, so enjoy.
Is this too?
But it's
Okay. Just for 1 second, sending an email.
I just wanted to say thank you. Maybe not going if you are.
Yeah, we're just finding that we this thing was like shorter plan, but so we're delay of the budget, but then we just.
You know where you can report that, and you know where you feel like. I'm tired of listening to you.
No, I know, but I'm going to propose like yes. I like how everything is going, everyone's behaving, so.
Yeah, I don't see it. Just so you know, like, when it starts,
Sure.
oh, we're just talking about NBC's updates stuff. Just so you know, like, troops, how to explain.
Claudia was showing me like the routes we have, so I don't know exactly how you want to split or how you.
They have maps already, like.
I mean, what we could do is just take a picture of this and post it in the group and tell them.
Actually, they already engine file prepared for sending it, so. Maybe just for, yes. I mean, yeah, when we got right yesterday, they were preparing this on the PC, like, it's very beautiful, I have to say, like.
Very lovely. Okay, so maybe we can catch up. We get a
It has to
coffee.
be proper with architecture planning and like.
We actually have a quite good online system where we can look at all the buildings, all the maps, all the floors, all the room names.
So cool.
It's part of the university online system where you register as a student.
Wow.
So maybe let's grab a coffee and then.
Yes, I'm just gonna send
Yeah,
it to
no.
Valencia and then.
I only have one procedural comment before you. Nothing to be scared about. I've seen in your minutes for the speakers list you read AC of Mario Audi. But
Yeah,
commission, it's
I'm writing
okay, it's you writing.
You are board, no?
Yeah, just make an AB out of it.
Okay, what's the difference between board and commission?
In Austria, we just call the audit part, the organ of the association audit board, and the AC is for me a bit too close to the international level. It's an arbitration commission, and we also have an Austrian legal thing which is close to an arbitration commission because I think what's her name, Mareike, she applied to be
Main arbitrator.
exactly, and in that specific case, if the main arbitrator creates this kind of tribunal, whatever, I would label that as the AC.
As an arbitration commission.
Exactly.
No, in the
Okay.
minutes I'm writing, that's not.
Okay, no worries, sorry. I was just looking at the lines and I was.
You know why? Because I'm biased by Poland because it's commission revisina, which means audit commission.
I'm just,
What?
it's,
In Poland, we are board of audit.
You say both of the things, no matter what, which moment of the day they say one thing or another, that we have that they say what they are supposed to be.
In the.
She is in that board, by the way.
Yeah, that's why we are board of audit. People anyway.
so it's BA.
So I'm gonna take
BOA.
BOA.
So, yeah, so I'm gonna. Okay, so this is communication matter. So wait.
And the coffee break is for the breakfast.
Yeah, I'm going. Long morning, huh?
What?
Long morning.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'm kind of multitasking,
Like all of us.
listening, watching, and updating the legal documents.
Ooh.
Because
That's a lot.
the last changes
hello?
since
Hello. Hey, I just want to check on the microphone.
Ah, sure, of course. The other one is here.
Okay, with batteries. But they're still working.
Yeah, because they are low in battery or what? I mean, you can take them to charge because they have like 20 minutes for coffee break, for example.
Oh, it's rechargeable.
Yeah. So you,
Yeah, I have no idea where to recharge.
oh,
Nice to see you.
lady.
How you doing?
Amazing.
How do you like it here?
I mean, it's not my first time in Graz.
Okay.
You see,
Yes.
do you know where we could
What
recharge them?
I heard is that they have it in the entrance security wherever.
Oh, really?
Apparently, that's what I heard.
Okay.
I mean, I have other ones as well if you need one, and we can give them.
Okay, so we just need to change the battery.
Yes, we can.
I mean, I have a cousin living here for like 10 years or so. And I even play ice hockey here, so.
Really?
I will show you the photo.
So it's not working anymore?
No, it's still working.
No, yeah, they're working.
There will be a point.
Yeah, but today I'm afraid that they will happen like maybe in the evening.
Okay. Yeah.
Here. This is here in Graz.
Amazing.
It's like the third time I'm in this city.
Okay.
Or fourth. It's a lovely city. Come on, I've been to Zotter as well, like 4 years ago. I think it was in 18 or 19. So. We're close to a local already. Close to a local. Oh, yeah. So you're gonna join us for the rest of the event, or what?
No.
No, that's boring.
I need to work today and tomorrow as well.
Oh, what do you want?
Oh gosh.
Oh God. Yes, God, tell me.
I'm working for. What is my boss doing?
What is your boss doing?
I'm an art historian, so
An art story.
yes,
Okay.
and he's too, apparently. And
I need to provide caffeine to
I
myself.
think I should maybe Google the word. I'll call it in English. Over here.
Ich sehe halt nichts.
Hallo, hallo.
Mhm.
Da steht 2 Stunden. Aber ich habe keine Ahnung, was das heißt. Oder vielleicht ist es 42. Kein Plan. Wahrscheinlich.
Ja, das ist der Punkt.
Ah ja, true.
Aber ich verstehe nicht.
Ja, kein
Ja,
Plan.
gut, das passt dann aber nicht.
Und aufladen wäre vielleicht hier möglich, aber weiß nicht. Die Sache ist halt, wenn wir keine Ersatzbatterien haben. Ja gut, ich meine, gibt es im Office echt keine
Muss
Batterien?
ich schauen.
Okay.
Aber ihr habt keine.
Und ich schätze mal, HDMI zu Kabel hast du auch. Na, ist okay, also Fragen kann man. Okay, dann wird sich das geklärt. Wenn die Batterien aus sind, sind die Batterien aus. Und wenn es dann gibt, dann geil. Ja. Der ist auch praktisch, wenn wir eventuell, wenn es keine Sache ist, egal, was wir das sagen. Das war die Funktion ist.
Hi. Poi fammi sapere. So, hello, how are you?
A lot of work.
I hate this table, look. I mean, in many universities you have like this, but at the end they put a line to stop stuff, you know? It's just like this, it's okay for the books, and then here stops, here not. Fuck you.
So we have like a drama in our national, well, it's not actually like national work, it's like national work. And I'm like looking over it, but like one of my supporters does like jack shit, talks a lot. She's always negative. And I'm just like, I cannot take it anymore. I hate negative people.
I mean, nobody's ever
Negative, but like she's even more negative and she does not do her job. So
Yeah.
it's even worse.
I mean, nobody's perfect, that's okay, I can live with it, but if you're also negative, I try to avoid negative.
So yeah, we are beginning our I should resign or we should like. And I was thinking about very hard. So Calvin, other everyone there. More, so again, just in the worst case, if they are not on the same rate of time, I just want them to do their best. I'm doing it for
Also, we have a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, we're not necessarily the best friends.
Well, we don't hate it, we are really different. That's how I feel at least.
I fully agree.
But like, the one thing is like, not be best friends there. When people pay suffers. Oh, I know a lot of people do some. That's why they want the possibility still on this line. Is their problem. So think about it, solve it. That's how I see it.
Do we have
There. Coffee break. Something to clean, but literally.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Zur Ausgabe kann ich jetzt einfach mal hergucken,
Ich gebe dir eine.
Das ist aber eigentlich mit Eigentum von ESN, ne?
Ja, ich schreibe
Der Lukas hat sogar seinen eigenen Draft. Das ist der
Presenter.
aber wir keinen hatten, hat er das dabei.
Ja. Dieser Presenter ist mega wichtig.
Ja, das ist halt schon.
Ja, genau.
Hier bist du immer da.
Ja, also, nächste Folie bitte.
Ja.
Oder du musst hingehen und dann drücken. Statt den, ja, ich war gestern Nachmittag.
Ich dachte mir, ich habe ihn schon gestern gesehen, aber
Minimal ja,
nicht mehr sehen. Ja, passt gut.
danke. Ja, ist den Dienstag eine Abschlussprüfung. Ja, genau. Können wir mal.
Fertig.
Ja, ich bin noch nicht fertig. Dienstag erst.
Jetzt
Also
die
genau. Ja, am Dienstag, ja.
Jo, jest woda. Takie pa, guys,
Augen auf.
Ahnung war 0. Familie daheim, okay,
Wirklich.
Die Problem war noch, als ich Handy daheim 5 Wochen
Why is the elevator music doing? The elevator music, she did all that.
I did my speculation.
Oh, yeah,
We should send her reach out to them. Wait, you'll be expecting what you get with the planning segment. Oh, that's cute.
You're on the picture, haven't
Push it using clips. He reads me. Ryan Seeger. Not me. Yes, sir. Yeah, we have still. Tell me why ain't nothing but it. We had, yeah, we had. They say it. Please.
Please sit down, we are late. Please sit down and silence. Thank you. Please sit down.
Just you know, not surprised when I slow people down. Just
The more it takes you to sit down and to get silent, the less correct the rule later on. You can take without written important information. Yes.
promise to have.
Yeah, 10-second speech.
Hi everyone, as you've seen in the agenda, I have a workshop this afternoon, but no specific topic. Why is that? Because of the last NA, it was requested to have 2 topics, and sadly we don't have time to cover both of them. I will in this afternoon after lunch have a WhatsApp vote for people to say which of these 2 topics they're more interested in. So for you to know, you can think about which one you want me to hold as a workshop. One is more individual based, it's time out before burnout. I already held the workshop at SEP. It's about your time and stress management and how that can be very overwhelming at times. The second one is more section based. It's about how can we, in our sections, recruit new members? How do we become a team and a group and not just individual members? And how we motivate people in our sections to take on responsibilities. I hope both of them are interested. Just think about it, which one you would prefer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Philip for the proposal for expulsion of ESN programs. Thank you.
Thank you to you. Just one second. By now, most of you have seen me already. My name is Philip, I'm Secretary General of ESN Austria. Today I'm going to talk about a delicate topic that Maria mentioned earlier. A few days ago, I proposed to expel the section ESN camps in the name of the National Board and also with the support of our coordinators to follow our legal procedures. That's why you received an email a few days ago. So, according to our legal documents, there are different reasons on which basis sections can be expelled or proposed for expulsion. Starting with written in number 10, determination of membership. You, for example, get terminated from ESN Austria if you lose your legal identity, personality, which means that your association is just dissolved. There's another one, which is voluntary withdrawal. So the section decides they do not want to do it anymore, they can also voluntarily withdraw. If there are no natural persons active for more than a year, automatic expulsion takes place, so the section is terminated by ESN Austria. Number 5 says that expulsion can also happen according to the ESN International statutes. So if you get expelled by ESN International, you also lose membership of ESN Austria as a consequence. Going further to number 11 in our statutes, it also says that a section can be suspended if they grossly violate section duties or show dishonorable or damaging behavior. And with such a suspension must go the proposal of expulsion from the board. So if the national board decides that a membership should be suspended from a section, they must also propose that they get withdrawn from the network. This is what our legal documents say, on what basis sections can be expelled from ESN Austria. Now, what's important to know here is that it's not just something that we can simply decide behind your backs and then let you know. No, it's more complicated. First of all, a section can only be withdrawn from ESN Austria if 2/3 of the members of ESN Austria, as the sections, support that decision. And actually, it's not us making the decision, but it's the National Assembly making the decision. So we will ask you whether you want to expel ESN camps or any other section from the network, and we, as the National Board, cannot do anything about it. It's the National Assembly deciding. Each member of the National Board, as well as the sections, can propose a section to be expelled. So it's not just something that I, Giacomo, Maxi, or any of the others of the National Board can do, but it's also the sections who can propose, for the reasons stated in the green slide before, to expel a section, for example. And then the NB shall also propose the expulsion of a section if they have not been present at 3 consecutive NAs. And importantly, whenever a section is to be expelled, they need to be given the right for justification. So to address the National Assembly and answer questions or give reasoning why they should remain or be withdrawn from the network. So it's always very transparent and always the section is. Now, what's the process so far with ESN Graz? This topic has been going on for a longer time, like really back in history, even before I joined ESN. But from what is the most recent information so far is that our previous board, 2022-23, they already had been in touch with ESN Graz, try to revise the section, motivate them and give them support to pick up their activities. I did the very same. I started this dialogue in September already, and since then I've been in touch with them in different instances. We had calls, we talked, we texted, we sent emails, we approached also the international office. Generally, the international office is very much interested to collaborate with, first of all, ESN, and as Jacob said, they would really like to have activity from ESN in Graz, because as you know, and I hope that's one of the reasons why you're active, it gives the benefit to the exchange students. And that's also what the IO says. Now the problem is that although several open calls were made, 0 responses came that volunteers, like someone is willing to volunteer. So the students of several universities were approached, mainly the homecomings, so those who have been on exchange, and 0 people replied to any of the open calls to join ESN, volunteer, or take a look. Several times. Now, active participation in the section is limited to 2 people. In Austria, you need 3 to have a running association according to the law. Association law, sorry. Only 2, okay, sorry, only 2. And 2 people are limited to in that very section. So, despite multiple approaches, no activity has been happening since September. Since I was in touch, also the previous board, basically nothing changed. And on January 8th, I had a call with the president also to align on the next step. So it's not that something has been designed behind the next, but they've been involved every single step of the way. Now, why do we think the expulsion is appropriate? There are several reasons, as shown earlier. And we just came to the conclusion that this discussion, this process has been ongoing for a long time already, and quite many of those at least partially apply or could be considered as reasons. In this case, you see that, for example, the expulsion according to international statutes did not take place, but there are only, it basically hasn't been any activity for more than a year. I'll show you some proof of that in a minute. Depends very much on how you define that, to be honest. But I will show you what is the conclusion so far. Also not being present at the 3 consecutive NAs. They have been present January last year in Vienna last time. This right now is the 3rd NA in a row where they did not present. I also have some screenshots of that in the section dashboard that I was talking about. Now, point by point now. These are not accusations, but I tried to recover as much information as possible. Voluntary withdrawal is not given. When I had a call with the president on the 8th of Jan, he said that he would like to withdraw, but a second person active does not. So we had to go the official way. No natural persons have been active for more than a year, automatic expulsion. The last registered activity was in 2021. This makes around 3 years where there has no official event been happening. As said, depends very much on the definition, but the information on these activities only reaches back at January 2021. I take that through. This is the only event that happened since. Not present at 3 consecutive NAs. As I mentioned, I created a section dashboard, and as you can see, Graz here has not been active for 3 consecutive NAs, excluding now the one in Graz, because I just wanted to verify that they are not present, which they are not. They have been in Vienna, as you see with the check mark. Now, why do we propose Graz if there are more sections who have that history? That is due to the sum of reasons. So it's not just the attendance of NAs, for example, Boku also didn't attend some of them, but the difference is that Boku didn't participate in 2 ordinary NAs in a row, and there were 2 extraordinaries in between. So it depends very much on the definition again. So depending on what kind of definition or how you interpret those rules, you can discuss whether other sections should be proposed too. But as said, we proposed the expulsion of ESN Graz specifically because we see several of the reasons as fulfilled, not just one. Going further, there's another one, cross violation of section duties, dishonorable or damaging behavior. We can just mention that along the participation of non-participation in the NA. Also, there haven't been only review NA reports. The last one for Graz was in January 2023, which again makes 1 year of not providing us with section reports, which is one of the section duties. So what's the timeline? Today and tomorrow, we will not vote on the expulsion. What's important to know is the phone call with the president happened on 8th of January, as said, where we talked about the next steps, like how this entire process goes down, what has happened, and just to be very clear also on the consequences on both sides. On the 13th of January, I sent the official email where I proposed the expulsion of this section. Today we are at Graz, bringing the topic up for conversation for the first time. Nothing happens this time. But beyond the 13th of February, the 30-day notice period ends. So after that very day, we will have an extraordinary NA, where also Graz shall be present, or at least will be invited and has the chance to justify if they want to take it. Sorry, not Graz. I hope Anna will give us a clue, but it's about Graz. We'll have the chance to justify, and every one of you has the chance to ask questions, obviously. Graz is invited to answer and also to provide their case. And then after that, we will decide how to proceed, if they shall be expelled or not. But there is nothing outlined here. If the National Assembly accepts the expulsion, then we will prepare everything to expel ESN Graz, make sure everything is according to law and order, basically, and to provide every step of the way together with them. And that's essentially the process, how it should look. And now to end my presentation, I hand over to you if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. I open the speakers, please.
Jörg is a technical. Do you expect a member of ESN Graz to be present at the extraordinary NA? And if yes, do you think they will argue for their remainder?
I hope very much that at least one member will be present at the extraordinary NA. However, in the end, we just need to give them the chance to justify. If they do not take that chance, that's their decision. Do I expect them to ready for the remaining? I just know that I said one member of those 2 active did not voluntarily or say that they want to voluntarily withdraw. One person wanted to. Everyone actually received an email 2 days ago asking for our reasoning, which we will for sure provide in detail and also in the call, in the extraordinary one. I cannot predict the future and I do not know how they want to run the case.
Natalia, ESN by Notebook. So the thing is that on the previous NA we said that coming back to the section is difficult. It's the only thing is expulsion or non-suspension of activities and privileges of being an association, because I don't know what entitles to keep them out of ESN Austria. If they want to revive again, how is it's not way too difficult to get inside of it?
Well, it proved to be very difficult to revive a section, as they rightfully also noticed themselves. Both of those active persons do not live in Graz anymore. They have different ESN sections also. There has not been any activity in Graz officially since 2021. They have been in touch with the university, also supported one or two events, mainly financially. I think in this case, not really with manpower. And what they came to the conclusion with is that they need hands-on in camps if they want to revive, for example, for recruitment. And that's something that no one could provide so far, which is also something that they said in the call that we had. Everything else should be then explained by them.
Us in Austria, it's more a reaction to this because isn't there a way of suspension without expulsion? So in case we find people then that want to revive it, like active people want to join ESN, it's easier to get back than starting from zero again, like we're seeing with the Open, for example.
Maxi, ESN Austria, just as a quick comment on what you just said. As far as I'm aware, suspension of membership is something that it's a way of acting quickly in case of grossly inappropriate behavior by a section to take immediate action and suspend the membership. And the idea of this process is to react in a very quick manner and then already, for example, propose an expulsion. Because this is something that would take time and that the National Assembly will have to vote on. And since this might take a few months until there's a decision, the suspension of membership is a process to react in a quick manner. So I think this is the idea behind the suspension, and I think there's also in the legal documents that say that the proposal for expulsion should be proposed as quickly as possible when the membership is suspended.
Lucas is in Salzburg, is in Innsbruck. Yeah, I think the question is so if they provide that they are an association in Austria, do they have financial auditors actually? I mean, I think they don't have a big budget or any budget for expenses, but still.
Well, since it's an independent association, I cannot give any deep insights into their organization, but this is definitely something I recommend to ask during the justification chats. Given is invited a POV. This have a question as in if a section is expelled. What is it that they're losing? Like what rights or benefits is that what they're losing? I don't want to have a second question, but I think that's what I'm curious about. What is it that you get back as actually? Well, in the first place, they only in this case would lose, like you are voting on losing the membership of ESN camps of ESN Austria. So they would still exist as an independent association in theory. I'll come to that in a moment. So what they would lose automatically then is the right to vote, for example, at our national assemblies, to also be part of that, and everything that comes with the membership of ESN Austria, which is defined in our statutes. Now, this is the normal case. In the case of ESN Graz, it indeed is slightly different because what they have stated in their statutes is that they are a member of ESN Austria. Hence, if we expel them from ESN Austria, it would also cause a loss of legal personality in the case of ESN Graz, unless they change their statutes and eliminate the phrase where they are part of ESN Austria, then they could continue the operation as an independent association. They are allowed to use the ESN branding as long as they are allowed, like a section and part of a national organization. So with the expulsion of ESN Austria, they will also lose the right to use the ESN branding. The association is such as a legal entity. We cannot influence. This is something stated in the association law. As long as they fulfill all those criteria and the statutes are valid, then they could still act as an independent association. Not under the ESN branding, and not under the branding of ESN Austria, but the umbrella association in Austria. Thank you.
I know you have a reaction, but you
So yesterday during the workshop you had with Jaco, you've discussed like all the opportunities and advantages and disadvantages of being a section. So my question is that is someone of these two members attending, for example, the EGM because they have the right to one spot or they had, or is the spotlight given to someone else from other section because of their non-activity?
On the current participation list of EGM, I would like to ask Anna later. But generally speaking, a section has the right, as you rightfully stated, to send, for example, one delegate to EGM. They also are allowed to oblige actually to send someone to NAs. So like this is a right that they have. If they make use of this right, which in the past was the case, for example, last EGM, one of those two members indeed was with us in Bucharest. This year, I will ask Anna in a moment, but generally, if we would cancel the spot of ESN Krems, like as a section, ESN Austria also would lose the one spot of those 15, which is guaranteed to us to send to city, in this case to EGM. It would also influence our voting power because we would have one section less. So this also influences the voting weight of ESN Austria in the ESN International network. And if you do not make use of this one spot, as you said, then one person of the priority list of ESN Austria would then fill that spot because those 15 are guaranteed to us because of our 15 sections. And if one of those does not participate, then it's just one person of Austria from another section getting the spot.
They don't join.
They don't join. There is no delegate from ESN Krems to EGM.
Okay, before Natalia and later Lucas, I would like to propose to go to speakers list. There's an objection. Objection. Amazing. So please try to keep the order of the speakers because we are writing each of you, so when you have to speak according to the list.
Natalia from Network. What was French reaction about changing the status to belong to ESN or not ESN?
I said I was in touch with the president mainly because this is where we had some constructive conversations, and he expressed his certainty that he is not willing to change the statutes, as he has put already more than 500 euros of his private money into the association. Is not willing to necessarily continue doing that because the changing statutes also cost money, and if there is no activity, then he doesn't see the need. So far, like this is my last information. Still recommend to ask those questions to their members. I'm just speaking now from what I know. But so far, it seems like if they get withdrawn from ESN Austria, then also the association might be dissolved.
Lucas, you can help with an Innsbruck question to you and also to Maxi. Where do you see the, like we expelled citizens not so long ago? So where do you see the future of sections which are in a University of Applied Sciences city, like the turnover, and where do you see the future of those sections that are not those or inside, yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
He was basically asking about where we see the future of sections at universities of applied sciences outside of Vienna, so where there is no closely knit support network. Did I get that correctly?
Exactly, close to Vienna or outside, or close or inside of Vienna.
Maxi is in Austria. Thank you very much for the question. So the thing with smaller sections that especially are outside of like outside the range of larger sections, which for example could support them, is it's mixed bag because some of these sections they really live as a section because of a few very motivated people. And as the ESN life cycle tends to be limited to a few years maximum, when these people leave and they do not find a person who has the same kind of motivation, the activity tends to go down a lot. Something that also, like, yes, you were right, there were ESN Shire was, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago when the section lost its membership status. We also had ESN Leoben withdraw their membership pretty much exactly a year ago, I think. It's also a smaller section, and it's just, from my experience, it's just an up and down. So it can be that these sections are very well able to sustain themselves, but it really depends on the people who are actually are active in these sections. It's very difficult to try to keep sections alive or active when there are no people who are actually really behind this. Because as we've seen with ESN Leoben and also with ESN Graz, we have real trouble finding people and also being able to onboard them with the day-to-day business of organizing or managing a section. So as I said, it's a mixed bag. So for example, we have a perfect example of ESN St. Pölten, who used to be a section and who then became a section again, and then he did a national assembly in St. Pölten. So that's like the best case example, I would say, of a revival of a section. But these are things that we do not know. So this is very dependent on the people who actually want to manage a section, create a section. There's also been talks with other potential section candidates, which are also in a similar state. So there are people who would like to have these sections, but it depends on the people. I hope that answers your question.
Anna is in Graz. One question there. No question.
You have a question?
A question.
I have a question, so.
Julian is in Wien, and since we have still the ESN card calculations here, I guess FEMS also gets ESN cards each semester, which is 120 euros if I calculated it correctly. Is this correct? And are there other...
Once a year, you have the right to get the agreements.
Okay, they have the right and they take it. Are there other financial aspects that the remaining of ESN grants costs Austria?
Not necessarily cost. One thing, like just thinking on a section level, what is relevant for ESN Austria is the membership fee from ESN International, which we then charge to the sections in 4/3. So it's basically some revenue that ESN Austria creates from the membership fee. So that's the money that clients would pay to us. That's like income for us. Then the ESN cards are costs for us. Those 33 cards per year. We pay for ESN camps, so that's the cost center that we have. We have the insurance, which is distributed over the sections that are not part of ÖH, so independent associations. They pay the indemnity insurance according to the share of their incomings. And some a little more complex calculations, but according to the share of incomings, they also pay their share in the indemnity insurance of ESN Austria. So this is just costs which comes from the insurance to ESN Austria, which we distribute. So it's not any impact on us as ESN Austria. Those are basically the main points.
Thank you.
Just a short correction. He was looking also already on those things because if even it's closed, then they just disappear fast. So that's why also we just send the invoices, for example, for the membership day 12, they have to activate the 26th day, you do, just remind them. So we are also looking at this so that they pay everything they have to pay before they disappear, so that it's not a problem for our plans.
Because this aspect is also a requirement from the statutes.
I would like to propose to the speaker list to be quite late. Does someone else wants to speak after Anna? Speaker is closed.
Anna, ESN Graz, has there ever been a discussion between differentiation of sections not being sections anymore and then being reinvited to the network? And I don't know, for instance, if we would have ESN Kapfenberg, where there would be no processes intact. Because I think the process of becoming a section again, if there's already the knowledge available about how the section systems work, would be a lot shorter and I've been talking with people from Leoben, and now they would have some knowledge, would have people interested to help them rebuild the section. But we've seen it with St. Pölten, it's such a long, intense process that some people might not want to join the network because it's too long. Has there ever been a discussion like that?
So you're asking about a differentiation on basis of ESN history. If there has been an ESN history, then it would be an accelerated onboarding process, for example. While if there is no history of ESN in the location, university whatsoever, then it would be the long extensive process that we have in place right now. That's the question.
Maxi is in Austria. Just as a quick comment on that. As far as I know, there is no legal limit on when we have to vote, when we can vote for a candidate section to become an actual section. I think it's just that the next NA after their candidacy status was approved, maybe audit board has a comment on that, but I think that's how it is in legal documents. I remember we took our time also with ESN St. Pölten. We did propose it, I think, approximately 1 year afterwards. Yes. But we could have also approved it earlier. So this is also to a certain extent up to the estimation or what kind of feeling the national level has for the section, the candidate section, how much the candidate section wishes to have this vote already, and also whether or not the sections express their interest in voting for them already. I hope that answers your question.
Asking also a quick reaction. I remember in VDEC we discussed to extend the process of becoming a section. That was discussed with the sections, and they did not want to extend it. There were pros and cons to make sure a section is sustainable to take longer. So it's not only one board that is motivated longer, but a section didn't want it longer. So that's what we agreed back then.
Yeah, stated as 6 to 12 months right now when you read up on it. Not in legal documents, but just as explaining how to become a section.
Thank you so much. The topic is over. Now we are going to the GA update. So please welcome State Giacomo.
Okay. So, everything fine there?
Yeah, so just my back.
So, thank you. So, now we are giving a short update about the GA. Everybody knows what a GA is. No. Okay. Someone wants to react? No? Okay. GA is like our national assembly, but it is at the international level, simply state. You are here as vote delegates who vote about important topics, take decision about our network at national level in Austria, and the GA is exactly the same at the international level. As we know, ESN Austria is part of a bigger network, ESN International, where we have 45 countries, and the GA is this event just for the other countries as well to vote about the decision for all the network. When was the last time? Well, here you can see this the last one time all the participants from all the world, all that could participate. It was in Ankara, Turkey. From the 16th till the 20th of November, so just a few months ago, there were 3 national delegates, Anna, Philip, and I, but also an international guest, which because we have the possibility to send 3 national delegates, but if there are spots available, you can also just try to go as international guests, just for you. And it was possible, it should be possible also the next time in Sofia, in the beginning of May, so just think about it. So, there were different topics. The first that maybe interests you is membership. We had different applicants. The first one interest was student exchange network from Iceland. Maybe some of you know Iceland was already part of the network 7 years ago. but then they were kicked out because they were not fulfilling everything they should. But now we have them here again. They just sent this application. Now they are approved with 100% of the votes as for the process to become a full member. They are not full member now. It will take a bit of time and be voted in the future. But just for you as input, those are new people. They are really motivated, they are trying their best, they're trying to recover information, so those are new people, so don't connect them with the old people. That's, But they are not the only one. We had another application for a member that were already in this process and now is a completely approved member of ESN. It's ESN Jordan. The section is EBCS. Now they are full member of ESN. This means that now we are in 45 countries. We are growing. 45, that's a lot. So they were working hard with all the university, promoting our values, also a bit of those European international values, and that's why the international board was there visiting them, and so that they complete all what they have to do to become a full member, and that's also why they were voted with 100% of the votes, and they are now part of the network. Then one topic that always comes up in the last few years, ESN Russia. It's a hard topic, just try to be objective. I'm not here to give my opinion on this, I'm just reporting what happened. We just had a discussion about, we didn't vote anything. Short update for people who don't know, ESN Russia, really short, decided to go out of the network, then one section came back and said, hey, no, wait, we want to stay. Now one section is still there, okay? And there were just different discussions about should they stay or not, are they respecting our values? Some people say if we keep them, we are saying that what's happening there is okay for us, it's a legitimization. Other people say if we will kick them out, it will be also bad, especially for these motivated people, because it's the opportunity to have a good social impact also there. And I mean, not every person from Russia wants war. So it was a hard discussion, but that's what is going on now. All discussions, nothing was voted. It's just to think about it. Unfortunately, they were not there present, so they couldn't say anything. That's also important to say. But I think it's not so easy to travel from Russia. Then we have the election about the place where to do the next GA in autumn. There were two possibilities, Greece and Moldova, and the winner, just for a few votes, was Greece. So if you want, as an international guest, can also apply for the next GA if you want to go to Greece, or just participate into a GA that is really interesting. As I said, there you can see really important decisions. About the budget, you heard a lot about budget today. Just shortly say the budget was approved. The big topic was the increase of the price of the ESN card, €1 or €1.50. At the end, it was approved €1, and the big topic was, should we do it from now or already starting from the last order, because they wanted to do it also retroactive from the last order, but all or most of the section didn't want it of the NOs. That's why we will start from the coming order, as you already heard, in just €1. Here is an international creation, really happy. Almost. It was not always happy. So, other votings, shortly said, the minutes were approved, the amendment to include a few spots more for the EGM, for the people preparing them, and just total legal document adjustment. Yeah, I think that was it. We still have 3 minutes in progress.
please.
There's an update. You can find also everything in Wiki. There is an official report. We have the vice chair of the GAs actually here. So if you have any question, you can call me or later, ask now, or you can find the full report in Wiki. If not, just leave for info. The application for the GA Sophia are actually, well, the application, the description in ARS. If you want to attend the GA Sophia as international guest, as I said, we had an opportunity to send a fourth person this year, are actually open at the moment. We can't guarantee any place, but just think about it. It will be the first week of May, if I'm not wrong, beginning of May, for sure. 9th of May.
Philip is in Austria. My question is, to what extent does it make sense for local members to participate in a GA and what do they get from it?
So here, I think it's almost like the newbies being here at the beginning, you know just your local level, you know what it is a bit. Here you can already see, oh, there are more sections, let's see what they are doing, taking part in bigger decisions. So it's partially, I will say, to know better about the network, partially to exchange ideas, but also to take part in these bigger decisions and learn new stuff and maybe thinking about going for a national level one day, because there you can see already the topics we are dealing with. These are most of the topics, but if you want and in the public, we also have people that went. So before being national level, you can also ask what was their motivation. I don't know, Anna, you went where you were at national level. You want to give your motivation also? Maybe you went also as national level, but also before, what motivated you, for example?
I think I was at that time already national training coordinator elected.
Yeah, maybe 1 week you were elected.
I was there. I don't think you even have to try from the national level to go to GA. GA is super cool if you want to see the political side of ESN. I wanted to understand the network a bit better, so I can also represent it in the section a bit better and understand how everything works together. And you just network a lot. And a lot of here in ESN, we are a network. And even for local sections, I met ESN Slovenia there, we work together with that. And it's just, I highly recommend as a guest spot. I applied again. Just, yeah, you meet cool people, have fun, enjoy the network. But it was less for the national, nothing to be honest, but more for meeting people.
As I said, different motivations, but it's for sure useful. And sure, it's not in our budget to cover those international guests, but correct me if I'm wrong. Richie, there is also the possibility to ask the university what was said that for GA at the university. So his participation fee wasn't covered from Austria because we don't have all this money, as you said, in budget, but still you can ask the university and explain, hey, it's a really important event for our network, can you pay for it? You have to argue a bit better, but it's possible. I see it probably for EGM or for other international events.
Be waiting for that. Anyway, we are short of time, so I would like to propose to close the speaker list. There's any objection? Speaker list is closed. If you have a question, always avoid Giacomo or any of the later breaks. Thank you so much. And we are going to jump to a very important, interesting topic, which is the NBC update. So please welcome to stage the National Board. And national coordinators. Wow, my good.
Man. Thank you. Okay, so next part of the agenda is something called NBC updates. For those of you who are wondering about all this abbreviation, it means that the national board and the national coordinators are going to give an update what they have been doing the past time since the last National Assembly, what their plans for the future are, and gather your input, answer your questions. This is time for you to have a more or less one-on-one interaction with members of the National Board and the National Coordinators and ask them all the questions you always wanted to ask them. The way we're going to do this is we're going to make 7 groups. Since there are 7 people standing here, did I count correctly? Yes. There will be 7 groups, so we will divide you, the participants, into 7 groups. And we will do this according to experience, so that everyone is on the same level and everyone gets the most out of this. There will be 7 spots. 3 will be here, and 4 will be in the dining area where we had breakfast. The groups will be asked to go to their respective spot. They are numbered. Group number 1 will go to group slot number 1, group number 2, slot number 2, and they will remain there for the whole time. And we, National Board and Coordinator, we will be running around like handless chickens, trying to get as much one-on-one time with everyone of you as possible. So we will be rotating every 10 minutes, and we will have 10 minutes to interact with you, give you a short update, and 10 minutes for you to ask questions. So like 10 minutes in total. This is the way how we're going to do this. Are there any questions from your side? Good, because we did never open officially the speakers list. So the way we're going to do this, dividing the groups, we're going to do this by a little game. So I would like you all to, not yet, to get into a queue and order yourself according to time spent in ESN. From when you joined, like just make a queue, like the person with most experience, maybe we'll do the queue like this, I think, or should we put up there? Yeah, let's do it like this, that's much better. So the one with the most experience, please go to the very, very top. And the person who joined the most recent, please take your spot right here. Quick you are, the more time you have for lunch.
Because we all just throwing it in.
Okay, meanwhile, you are putting yourself in order. Guys. People. Amazing, thank you. After this, we have lunch. So in theory, we are according to our agenda. Lunch will start at 13:40. So we have 1 hour and a half devoted to this main agenda. So let's try to be on time because later after lunch we will have. Shh. After lunch we will have a quorum check. And after that quorum check, we will close the door and no one will be able to enter because we don't have the candidacies, which is the most important thing of the whole event. Yes, so please be on time after lunch. It's very, very important and will dictate all the order of your national organization towards the rest of the year. So please.
Right, it looks like we have formed a sort of queue. To make things a little easier for me, because I will need to count, would you please make like a straight line? If there are some inaccuracies, you're not quite sure who's joined a bit earlier, that's no problem. Use the space here as well. You can go a little more down, so there's more space up there. So I think it's getting You're doing great.
Okay, I'm human, I make mistakes, sorry. The real time of the lunch starts at 2:15. The previous time was not the plan. The actual one is that we have lunch at 2:15 because this session lasts 1 hour and a half. So 2:15. You can do what? Unless you are faster and you are hungry, then we finish earlier. That's only up to your MBC and yourselves.
All right, that looks great. I think we're enough of the queue that I can start counting. That's perfect. Maybe we should just like try to verify whether we did this right. So, are there any volunteers maybe from this side who would like to say how long they've been in ESN? Looking at no one specifically. Yes. Sorry? 2020. Okay, so somebody who joined earlier would be 2018. Very good. And more on this side, it should be more recent than 2020. Perfect. That looks great. So now we're going to do groups. I will quickly make a quorum check of participants. I just want to know how many people we actually are. No, we're going to do the divided groups by experience. That's why I'm not going to do it like this. But I think we're about 46 participants, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so we're going to do 7 groups of about 5 people, and somebody will get an extra person. All right, I'll start with our esteemed veteran members. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will be the oldest group, if you will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will be group 1, by the way. You will be group 2, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will be group 3. Correct. Very good. Remember that. Group 3. You 3 groups, you will remain here in the plenary room. I'm going to put up some numbers provided by DOC. Please listen. And these are the places where you are supposed to be, okay? The NBC will rotate and will welcome you with open arms as soon as we arrive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are group number 4. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Group number 5. Correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Group number? Correct. Group number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Group number 7, and you will also be group number 7. Okay, perfect. So we have one group with 6, and the rest of the groups is with 5 participants. Group number 4, 5, 6, and 7. Your places will be in the dining hall. Okay? There's also already some beautiful numbers that look like this. This is where your group spot is. You can now proceed to go to your places. The national board, the national coordinators will be with you swiftly. Thank you. Let's go.
Right now, it's
Yeah.
I mean, it's time for accounting as part of
I know. And I'm doing like I feel letting you go. So we don't have that. So I'm putting on the fact that plans. Yeah, perfect.
I would suggest that you actually start counting. I think it's one given 5 minutes. Just we don't want to be very happy. Okay, great. Are you taking it?
I said that I
Okay.
would recommend.
Currently, we're back at 15:45. Yeah, there's it's thank you.
If I have to do a photo,
Okay.
there's no one in there. Yeah.
1 second.
Sure. So basically, the mechanism of the participants they compare the Youth Olympic Winter Games. They put one skeleton, two artistic skating, four speed skating.
Can you speak into one of the
ice
microphones?
hockey. Obviously, 13 ice hockey is the minimum number you can have for a fucking team.
Can we talk about something relevant
Yes.
for a second? Where are the microphones?
Charging. Be in charge. Because we
Close
need-
by?
In the entrance. You have to ask Lucy. Or go on the street to the entrance and speak German with the man who, whatever. Like, you will get the point that skeleton is like individual sport. It's like this in the carriage that you go through the tube. Skating is skating. But I think it's not like 13 teams, it's one team. You know, it looks like a lot of people, but it's the minimum amount of people so you can have a team. Because literally, each line of ice hockey is like 5 players plus the goalie. So 5, 5, 5, 10.
Yeah,
One
you
goalie, second goalie.
Muggles like me, I wouldn't even notice this as a mistake or something.
I don't know. It's not a mistake because they are saying like it's a record in delegation.
Talk into the microphone. Calmly, but.
We have to make a check. I'm sorry. Continue doing your things.
Okay, wait a second.
Time. You check.
Okay, 1 second. Nope. It's too good.
Too good to be true.
I think I mostly. I'm gonna be telling you what. So, first off, some kind of spirit. Only one person. At least I know. Yeah. So I know sort of like partially why I was kind of right off. I couldn't get any other, and it was I'll see how I would have ranked with it. No. It's not. Check out this kind of I joined ESN in 2022 when I moved to Vienna, so towards the winter semester, September, October 22, I joined ESN as a buddy and member of the ESN Buddy Network TOV. In December or January, I applied for the national board. In May, I started my mandate, 2023. Now it's coming to an end, and I decided that I have seen so much and I've learned so much. And I also found a sense of belonging in this network, and I still enjoy working and volunteering with ESN. And because I had the chance to see so many different events, people, and also experience so many legal documents, processes, problems, I found a lot of things that I wanted to change. I have ideas on how we can improve it. And I also found a lot of very motivated candidates for the different positions that we have open. Then I decided I will apply for president. And I did this with a certain agenda in a way. I have thought about what ideas do I have for the network, which is in Austria, what is the benefit that I can provide you with. Because the benefit or the return that I had so far is that I experienced kind of all the international events existing right now at ESN. I've been twice to the General Assembly already, I've been to the EGM in Bucharest, I've been to national assemblies both in Austria, in Czechia and in Poland. I've met many people and friends in different countries of this network. And I would like to use it and make use of it also for Austria, going beyond my current position. So I thought about what would I like to be changed, what ideas do I have? And I have essentially 3 focus topics that I would like to focus on if you like for me, if you work for me, if you approve me as a president for ESN Austria. First of all, I discovered quite some flaws in a way how we operate, but also operated in the past. So when I took a look at the financial stuff, as you saw, which I did, if you go back 3 years and further, at some point it's hard to keep track of what has been happening. Over the years we improved, but still I get the sense when I started in this mandate and was working, there are still some gray areas where you actually have a very hard time finding your way. And this, for example, also includes just making sure that knowledge is passed on. Right now, we are in a state where we can offer very limited support at the national level to the sections, which are our main area of impact. We reach the students by providing good services on a local level, organizing events, hosting trips, hosting them, allowing them to network with each other. If a section struggles, however, then there is only very little that we can do. And we can provide knowledge, we can connect sections. But this is, again, one of the flaws that we have in Austria. There is little section cooperation if you go beyond the city that you're in. You see Graz, you see Vienna, where it actually works quite well because they are in very close proximity. But if you go further, it is very hard to foster some real close relationships. And this is something that I would like to change during my mandate also. One thing that the current mandate and team has been working already, and which I would like to continue, is providing those touch points. Like, for example, if we have training events that we are organizing, we have trips to cities from each other, which we could also organize together. We have colleagues, friends from abroad also. So why not also work with their local sections, think about how do you recruit, exchange on that very knowledge, but also make it accessible. So write it down, evaluate those processes so that you can also audit them in a way, like critically ask questions. Are they effective? What could you improve? What does work? What does not work? In a section, this happens, but have you ever talked about something like this in a structured manner if you go beyond the borders of your very local section? And I think there are way too many touch points to do this, and way too many things that we need to talk about. And that's why we should have more of those physical interactions, because if we come together like this, a lot of different things happen than if we try to do the same in a digital format. So besides these legal and structural topics, I also intend to focus on those very operational and the internal strength and capacity of the network. And this goes way beyond one person, so it should be a smooth, fluent handover if one person leaves on the local level, but also on the national level. Right now, it feels more like a cut. If one leaves who has some 2 years experience, it is very hard to pass it on. That's not how it should be, and that's also why it's so difficult to find successors and to give them an easy transition and easy start into a new mandate. And it would be much better and much easier if we had those proper structures in place, like documents, like knowledge written down, auditable, traceable, easy to find, and also accessible. And then coming to the third focus area that I would like to develop is the internal growth of our network. We talked about budget earlier, this might be one of them. So where do we get revenue from? How do we operate or interact with grants? Do we make use of them? What kind of partnerships do we have? What areas could be elaborated, extended, could be improved? But also going into communities, speaking about local boards, speaking about Austrian Communication Committee, about IT Committee, about permanent working groups on legal documents, for example, because this should be continuous improvement, not like single interactions where you then revamp the entire document. And with that, also contribute to the very two first points, working on the structures, working also on the integrity of the network. And it goes in the end hand in hand, and it's certainly not something that I can do alone. I will need a very strong team on a national level. I need very active volunteers on a local level, and I would really love to see that happening together with you, and that's why I can. Thank you very much.
Now I open the speakers list. There's 8 minutes and a half. So there we go. Good luck.
ESN Republic. I want to ask you, how do you envision the collaboration between the buddy countries?
So as some of you might know, Pepe is one of our friends from our buddy country is Czech Republic. And what we have established again with our current mandate is that we first of all got in touch with each other again. We visit each other's national assemblies, we participate in the election rounds, ask questions also when we meet at events. We always have dedicated conversations with each other. Now that's the rare minimum that should be happening between buddy countries. And I would like to see more things happening. For example, your current invitation to join a national event, that's the kind of stuff that I would like to do. Hosting events together, we are also in conversations of like 2 members of Hungary and Austria in conversations to organize a joint team event. That's the kind of things that brings also buddy countries together. And this is something where we can also foster this exchange on a local level. Now, I just elaborated on the national internal structures, which should be more integrity, you know, but it would be amazing to also have this across borders, especially with buddy country, because that's what it actually is supposed to be there for. It also foster this kind of collaboration across borders would be amazing. Where's the microphone, the second one?
Matera ESN Technicum. So taking care of the network and pushing more improvements on the network take a lot of time. How would you rate your time management skills?
Have you listened to my presentation so far? So basically in my current mandate, I've covered large chunks of the treasury, large chunks of the partnership management, and my regular positions of Secretary General. I have a full-time job. I finished my master's during the mandate. I think I can handle.
Jidin, ESN Coordinator TV. What's the first thing you want to do when you get into your mandate? And if you want to answer it, what would be also the last thing you want to do?
Go with a boom. I haven't thought so far yet because I'm not sure if I will be elected, so I didn't consider it yet. One of the first things that I would like to do is team building with my team, but also the predecessors. Because as I said, like, I value physical interaction a lot. And especially if you can use it for knowledge transfer like this, I think it's a perfect opportunity to, first of all, like, transition knowledge, but also get to know each other as a team. And although I know everyone who applied already, not in that depth as we will need to collaborate in a team, and I think is very important to do as very first thing.
Thank you. How are you planning to fill the rest of the board's positions if you were president?
That's an excellent question. I think it starts with a very strong core. The people who are there already, I think if we have a strong cohesion as a team already, I think it's an excellent start to just head up to. What many people, including me, are often missing is a clear description of what is expected from you or what you should bring to the table. I felt the very same way when I applied for Secretary General and also started the job. It took me like half a year to really figure out what really is my job. And I think many in the network have this question, so developing proper job descriptions for me is very important to make it comprehensive and also way beyond the national level. What does it mean to be treasurer, communication manager, WPA, like to also give participants, members, volunteers on a local level a chance to actually comprehend what's going on and what is expected from you. May I even be a fit for it? And then it's encouraging people to apply, like even if they have distant interest, then just explore together with them. Are they capable? Are they interested? Could they bring up the time that is needed, for example? Are the topic really sparking any interest in them? Because if not, then you should go for it. But if they simply are interested, then I think we should just talk about it and see jointly if it would be a fit, provide the support that they may need, especially in the starting phase until they feel that they are ready for fully occupying a job. And it should be a team development also, how much workload you put on individuals, what do you expect from them, what are strengths and weaknesses. And this is something that you need to figure out as a team.
ESN Czech Republic. You mentioned that you were planning to look into grants. Do you plan to look into them like on a whole European level or just regional ones?
So there are different options also on a state basis in Austria. We also offer some grants. So for the last NA, also the state of Niederösterreich gave us a grant. And you can extend it to different areas. Since we have very little experience in that area yet, we first need to find people, like several people in the best case who are interested, and just explore if we even meet the eligibility criteria of European grants, and if we can handle the workload that comes with it. For example, if it demands several nations working together, also organizing such an event, we just need to see if we can actually also workload-wise can handle it. And I would start small, that's my personal approach, and then go bigger and bigger with the more experience we have. But if there is something convenient happening on a European level, why not go for it? It's a question.
Reaction.
Anna, ESN Graz. We're talking about leadership here, and in Graz we always say that a team is only as strong as the leader. Talking about that, what do you think is your strength in leadership, and where would you more rely on the strengths within your team?
I have some leadership experience. I think that's something that's taught me a lot of different stuff already, like different concepts. My master thesis was on organization structures. So I also looked a lot into how people run processes, organize their structures, also leadership in those different setups work. So I think that's something that I bring to the table. And so far, like all of my employees were very happy with my leadership style. That gives me some confidence. Where I need to rely on my team is certainly when it comes to the expertise of different topics and getting stuff done. This I wouldn't consider as one of my strengths, but providing an environment that very well is. So when it comes to very detailed elaborations, execution tasks, then this is something I would rely on experts rather than do it myself. While in the meantime providing support in the environment as good as I can.
Richie is in Austria. I've seen you brainstorm about alternative ESN structures. What did you do that you want to talk about that?
I think we took it away from the agenda, this event, right? Yeah, okay. So I talked with the current national level about something that I thought of, which is a different approach of organizing international collaboration. Because my personal understanding of all of this is that to make impact is happening on a local level, at the national level, and also board shall provide overarching backbone and support to also provide collaboration beyond the borders of the section. And part of that was that I thought about how could we organize our work ourselves to first of all create more or less independent work areas where we can then give a lot of independence to the different departments, I just call them, led by one person of the national board that provides them with a certain defined area of responsibility, kind of along the lines of a job description, but more on a bigger basis. So what is expected from them, and then it is also more about more focus on developing board positions and giving them the chance and task to develop also their leadership styles. By having those department structures, for example, the board person always lead a group of coordinators, people, or of communities. And since this is one of the values of ESN to also foster this economic development in this case, to create a structure in ESN Austria that allows that very development, to give them the responsibility, to give them the expectations, and then provide them with the environment to practice, try themselves, while being mentored by the audit board, the president, by their team colleagues, while still being in the situation where they need to delegate tasks because you won't be able to manage all of it alone.
Sure, 15 minutes.
I'm going to propose to go to speakers list. There's any objection? Beside the people who is already written, I have Maxi and Pepe. Someone else? Anna.
I have Alvahana. Okay, someone else, or can I close the speakers list? There's any objection? No objection. Then the speakers is closed. Thank you.
You're the first one, Maxi.
Maxi, ESN Austria. First of all, thank you so much for your presentation. It's also very refreshing seeing your presentation without slides. That's so clear and understandable, so thank you so much for that. I would like to hark back to something that you said in the beginning part, or middle part, where you said that you would like to, please correct me if I understood it the wrong way, that you would like to foster cooperation between the sections. And I think this is a very noble goal, and it's something that is very much requested from the sections, especially after the COVID regulations got relaxed more and more. My question is just because in my experience, it's a little hard to influence that from the national level, like from the position of the national board to influence cooperation between the sections. So I was wondering if you have any specific ideas already in mind how you would like to help the sections make cooperations, or if you have things like joint events or events at the national assemblies that can facilitate cooperation, starting cooperations between sections. Do you have anything in mind for that?
So my ideas were mainly focused on the touch points that we could provide an influence, because I, as a national board member, I cannot influence on how trips being organized. I do not influence the recruiting as such of one of the sections because they are independent. What I can very well influence is giving them space at national assemblies, organizing national training events, and organizing them in a way that you actually dedicatedly speak about topics that otherwise might just fall off the table because they are more interesting, more relevant, more fascinating things to talk about than how do you run your recruitment process.
ESN Czech Republic, how does the work on the national and the international level affect the international students?
The more bureaucracy national and international puts on the sections, the less energy and capacity they can invest on exchange students.
Anna, ESN Graz, talking about international level, how much energy and time do you plan to spend into EduCom, as you will be part of the education community, compared to the time you'll spend on the local levels?
As of now, I have a very little understanding of it, so I cannot estimate yet on how much time I would like to invest there. But I think what became very clear from my focus areas is that they are very inward oriented. So focusing on ESN Austria rather than on ESN International. While being well aware that many of our guests and also my activities in my mandate have been very much focused on international activities. But my focus areas actually target ESN Austria.
And so, Blanche from Hungary, my question would be to you that you're in the treasury position now, kind of, but if you were to become president, who would do this same treasury?
I have a very esteemed applicant for this position, with whom I currently have been working on in the role of financial auditor. And I trust the person very well that if we are elected, that they will do an amazing job and that we will form a great team.
Thank you so much. So right now I'm talking about because I keep talking about for your candidate for president for ESN Austria. And this takes us to the next candidate, which is the treasurer candidate.
Yes. So, as before, 7 minutes for presentation, if you use less, then more for questions. All right, there you go.
All right, hello, it's me again. Before I start with the presentation, just a little story. Almost 1 year ago, I was standing at TNA in Vienna and applying for the financial auditor position, and I didn't have a presentation, and basically all I said is, I love ESN. And somehow it worked. So I still love ESN, but this time I made a little presentation. Yes, about me. I'm 25. I'm originally from Germany, but I've been living in Vienna for 5 years now. And the fun fact about me, I've never been to Graz before. My little education background. I finished my high school in Germany in 2018 and then moved to Vienna to start my bachelor's in computer science, which I finished in 2021. When I started my master's, which I finished in June last year in software engineering. For my professional experience, when I moved to Vienna, I also started working as a software developer. And I'm still at this job for 5 years now. I work 30 hours currently, so I still have plenty of time for ESN. ESN experience. By the way, when I did these slides, I started discovering this kind of feature with the shadows. I got carried away. So. Yeah. I joined ESN Technical in February 2022. Woo! And almost 2 months later, I took over as treasurer, which I'm still doing currently in my second mandate. And then last year, I also started as financial auditor for ESN Austria, in the team of financial auditors for this current mandate. It's one of my strengths. Well, since I'm already in financial audit of ESN Austria, I know a lot of the processes, the deadlines, all the stuff that goes on. Regarding financial topics. Also, being a treasurer currently, I also already know a lot about bookkeeping and budgeting, stuff like that. And I'm very detail-oriented. I think this is a really important skill when it comes to numbers, especially in bookkeeping. I usually double-check every number twice or maybe 3 times. Takes a bit longer maybe, but yeah. What's my motivation or my ideas? Well, first of all, national level. So far, I only have most of my experiences on the local level, and I'm excited to learn more about the national level. The biggest thing I want to do is stability for the national board. For the past 2 mandates, the treasurer assigned the position, and that is not my goal. I want to be. No, I want to give stability to the national board so that the people can actually do their position and don't have to do other things. I have some ideas how to adapt the expenditure guidelines. I don't want to go into much detail. I have some small ideas. And, oh no, the flag is missing, but it says reviving the Austrian BSc. There is a Slack channel for this, but there's little to no activity there. And I think, especially with topics like the ESN card price increase, for example, this is something that can be done in this community, where all the sections could be involved. Yeah, no one should worry about this. That's it. Thank you.
3 extra minutes. So let's get this open.
Hi, Pete from ESN Technical, currently CT. Just for the people that might not be aware, do you want to explain what BFC stands for and what it is?
Yes, BFC, the business finance community. Basically, everyone who's doing a treasurer position or is involved with money. There's the BFC also on international level, which I don't have much experience with. I only had a little bit of contact with them during the community meetings in Vienna, but that's it so far, but I'm excited.
Anna is in Graz. I was wondering, to what extent do you plan to remain active on the local level?
Good question. I will look for a successor as treasurer. Hopefully I'll find one. You know, you never know. For some reason, this position is not really the position that most people apply for. I don't know why. I hope I find a successor for the next 10 days, so I don't have to do both.
No, no, you can't scream. We have streaming.
Anna is in Graz. So if you don't find a successor, you plan to do both?
Yes, I mean, not doing the position on a local level is not really an option, because then I would do the same thing, like just leaving them, like, and nobody doing the job, then I would do both, yes.
That is in the Czech Republic. In my country, cooperation with the national agency is very important. Could you briefly describe the current state in Austria and if there are plans to change it?
To be honest, I'm not really an expert in this, but I look forward to learning more about it.
Philip is in Austria. You spoke about your strength and experience. How about the other side? What do you see as the main challenges and weaknesses that you have?
Actually, before I had a slide about my weaknesses, but I removed it. One of my weaknesses was that I never went on Erasmus, so that's really sad. But main challenges, I mean, we're dealing with a lot more money, as in like revenue speaking, than on local level. So that's probably going to be a challenge. I also see some topics coming up, like the ESN card increase that we already talked about. Those are probably going to be topics that are hard, because many sections, many opinions, but I look forward to it, and I just want to represent the sections. And there will.
Salzburg is in Zurich. So at the last National Assembly, I presented a proposal, which was in the meantime accepted, like for the Austrian Parliament. And now it is possible for certain organizations to receive donations from people who would like to deduct those donations from their taxes. Yeah. And so, if you find the time, would you like to go into the direction and apply for receiving donations at an association? Like as a tax deductible, so to speak?
Good question. I mean, I'm not aware of any ESN section, at least in Austria, that accept donations, and I don't know, to be honest, who would donate to ESN Austria. Sure, if you want to donate, it's quick and later. I honestly don't know how much work it is to do this, so they can deduct it from the taxes. I need to look into that, honestly.
Reaction?
As far as I remember, Diego is one. As far as I remember, 7 years ago, ESN International they used the possibility to donate to international. I'm not sure if this is a possible way, but you can study within your regulation in your country. I'm sure that's how you can. I mean, sometimes usually it's like alumni who were very attached to the country, to the section that they want to kind of give this, I don't know, help aid to the NGO. So maybe check it.
Yeah, thanks. I think it also depends kind of on the amount that people want to donate. Like honestly, if it takes me 4 hours, for example, to do this thing, and people donate €1, you know, it might not be worth it, but I can look into it.
Before continuing with the questionnaire, I would like to propose to the speaker list. Is there any objection? Objection? Okay. Next time we will do because we're getting late.
ESN Czech Republic, how experienced are you with the grant applications?
I was not expecting this question. No, I have no experience in it. I'm curious to see what grants there are, and if we can make them work. Like, for example, I know a lot of grants are project-based, so a lot of work comes with that, and if it's worth it, you know, effort that you have to put in it. And I also think Philip said that earlier, how much work on top that is. So, but I'm curious to see what grants there are, because you know, as you maybe saw this earlier in our budget, there on the grant side it's zeros. Currently, we don't have any.
Maxi is in Austria. Again, thank you very much for your presentation. Just a quick question, since the treasurer usually also works together with the partnership managers, since it's a lot about cash flows, and this position is currently vacant, could you also imagine, at least could you imagine also putting in some work with partners or stakeholders, something, commercial partners? Is it something that you could consider also helping out with?
Yes, about partnerships, I'll be honest. I will do my best to maintain the current partnerships, but it will not be a focus to sign new partnerships. There is a position open for partnerships. Yes.
I don't see any hands in here, so unless someone really wants to ask a question, I will speak at least. Speak at least close. Thank you so much. Now, I can invite on stage the candidate for Vice President.
Yeah, wait.
Hi everyone, my name is Tia, and if you don't know me, you're a bit, sorry.
I'm not sure if this is gonna work with PDR.
Yes.
Oh,
yes, shoot.
Okay. So about myself, I study international development in my master's, and I'm currently working on my thesis, which I hope to finish by the end of March. And before I studied European Studies in Passau, and during that time I went on Erasmus in Malaga, and that's how I found out about ESN. And I also did an internship in Bologna. And when I came back to Passau, I really wanted to join ESN, but the problem was that there was no ESN section in Passau. So when I came to Vienna, the first thing I did was join ESN. And yeah, so about my ESN experience, after one semester in ESN Wien, I became vice president, so I was responsible for the HR stuff in our section, and I organized a lot of team building and other team events, and also the onboarding for the newbies. Then after 1 year, I became president of my section, and I'm still president right now, but we will have our general assembly next week. So then my mandate will be over. And since September, I'm also a team coordinator for ESN Vienna, but the tasks of vice president and the tasks of team coordinator are overlapping. So for example, I'm responsible for the section care in Vienna. And some other stuff I did in ESN, I was part of the OC for the community meetings in Vienna, and also for the last edition of ALT. Then in September, I joined the community meetings in Malaga. I was part of the training and activity communities, and it's where I could gain some experience, which I would really like to implement now on the national level. So by me, for the vice president position, I care a lot about organizing events. So that's one of my main motivations. And after 2 years on the local level, I would really like to do something new in ESN now, so that's why I decided to apply for the national level. And I also went to a lot of national assemblies for ESN Austria, so I already know a bit how the organization works. And what I want to do during my mandate, I would really like to reactivate the HR community together with Maxi, because I know he has been working on this. So I hope we can continue this work during the transition period. And especially the section care is important to me, so my idea was to organize some HR training to have at least one person in every city that can help out with HR struggles in the sections. Yeah. So thank you for your attention.
So the speaker list is over. Philip is an Austrian. You spoke about reviving the HR community. How do you plan to do it? How do you plan to do this?
I know there's already Slack channels, so we would start by sending a message there, maybe organize a call, and with other people to have an open space about this at the next National Assembly, or maybe also at the National Training.
Anna, ESN Communitats. So we're both the presidents of bigger sections, and also you responsible for Vienna, you are these big structures. How do you plan to engage with smaller sections and know what their needs are?
I'm planning to do section visits, and this way I want to find out about the struggles I might have, and I'm also mission coordinator in Vienna. I'm in touch with the smaller sections anyway, and this way I might have a good
What section can you cover?
What?
Color, yes, color.
My name is Marina TV. What is the HR community and how is like national and local related? What is HR community?
It's a space where the people who are responsible for the human resources in the section can meet and to best practice exchange.
Would it be question. Would it be related to recruiting new members, this HR community? Like a topic,
Yeah, like we would not do recruiting through the HR community, but give advice on how to do recruiting.
I would like to propose the process because is there any objection? Okay, the speaker is closed. Thank you so much. Now I invite on stage the first of the two candidates for communication manager.
Whenever you are.
Yeah.
So it's got a thousand times.
Just technical questioning for the same position is and as for the other direction what others.
No. No.
Okay.
Okay, there was a question asking when there's one of the candidate, and it should be the role. Hopefully it's not. I think there will be the questions from the other candidate towards the candidate, like procedural change.
Okay. ESN Austria, we have done already the past questions round together, so we have done question rounds together, but there were multiple candidates. We have done like that both presented and then we've done a question round at the same time.
This is how exactly we're gonna do it. As well, for information for you, we asked the national board and we asked the audit board how to proceed in the order. There's nothing stated in the regulations of ESN Austria, so at the end we asked the candidates how we would like to proceed, and that's the way they are gonna present. This is the way they chose.
Hello everyone. You might be wondering who I am. My name is Jeff. Even though nobody called me that before I joined ESN, I'm from Spain. But the fun fact about me is that I hate the sun. I guess that's why I moved to Austria. I have a background in engineering, even though I don't really like it, and I'm considering changing career path. And that's basically why I decided to take a leave from my work in the past months, and why I'm going to start hopefully a master in March about social media strategy and management. And as you can see, I love ESN mascots, and I'm always a reliable person to lend to. And on top of that, I am the lead police of my sections. And yeah, people that who have worked with me know that I am quite invested into making people use the BIM correctly. So my ESN journey, it's a bit of a complicated thing. I joined ESN back in 2018 when I came back from my exchange in the US. As I said, I'm from Spain, so I did my whole bachelor in Madrid, in one of the universities there. So I joined my local section, and at the beginning I was just part of the communication committee for my section, and I was also the main coordinator of the events team. And then the year after that, I decided to apply to be the president of my section, which I was for 3 years in a row, while I was also doing some communication stuff, mostly out of necessity, but I realized that I really enjoyed it. Fast forward to 2022, because we are skipping the COVID years, we can talk about that. And basically, I wanted to move to Vienna to improve my German, which hasn't happened yet. But my idea was to actually leave ESN. As you can see, that didn't happen either. And on top of joining ESN in Austria, I decided that it was a good idea to stay active in my local section in Spain, which I am still doing. So I'm basically a member, like an active member in both BFI in Vienna and also in UCPM in Spain. 1 month after I joined my section in Vienna, I applied to be events manager, which I was for the past year. And then once I moved to Vienna and I saw that how different Austria and Spain were, I realized how rewarding it could be to be involved in the international part of ESN. And I decided to apply for the network committee. I did that in November 2022. And I've been a part of the network committee since then. And then, because I didn't have enough of ESN International, I decided to apply for Comcom in the spring recruiting 2023. And I've been part of both the two teams in the communication committee, the rule reading one and the corporate identity one, which is basically the BIM police. And on top of that, as I realized I really like working on communication, I was also taking part on some of this on national level. Like I was the CEO of ALT, of the community meetings as well, and also of the previous NA, and I was the communication responsible for the 3 of them. And that's mostly my main motivation to be here today. And now to talk about what I would like to do if I got elected, I have 4 main ideas, even though there are 2 priority ones. First of all, establish a Comcom and its structure, because ever since I joined ESN in Austria, it has been talked about, and there were a lot of great ideas and stuff, but it didn't really happen. Also because a lot of positions had to be covered and stuff. So there were not enough resources, but I really want to establish it because I think it's really important to keep social media and everything active, and one person alone cannot do it. And the other main pillar of my ideas is the section support and training. I think that it's really obvious that the sections in Austria are not the best at communication. We have 5 sections, but I feel like it's not our strength. So I really want to try to help the sections and especially train them, let them know how to use BIM and how to do proper communication. And then some of the ideas that I have more on a personal level that I would like to carry out during the mandate is basically establishing a more unified branding of ESN Austria events in terms of adapting the logos of events to something similar to what ESN International does, and also give more visibility to other social media channels, because right now the only one that is a bit more active is Instagram, but I feel like when we talk about partnerships or institutions and things like that, LinkedIn is one of the best options. And I think that if we can actually take as an example in Spain, which is something that I know closer. And LinkedIn is one of the main things that they use for that, and it works really well. And yeah, that was most of my ideas. And as you can see, ESN has given me a lot of friendship, and it has given me a lot in general, in my personal life and also in my professional life. And I would like to be able to give more to ESN. So that's all.
As we started to report the question nationality together, so now I would like to invite on the stage the other candidate. So another applause for the other.
There you go. Are we ready? Yes, we are.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, don't think I will be it. If you don't know me, my name is Ece, And okay, well, I will start go with my education first. I started my bachelor degree in Istanbul, Turkey, industrial product design in 2018, and the bachelor in Turkey is 4 years. But during my bachelor's and during Corona, I went to Erasmus. And at first I thought, what will I do sitting in my room whole time during Erasmus? Is that an Erasmus? It turned out the best Erasmus I have imagined. And actually, I kept extending it. I extended once, twice. So at the end, I did 2 semesters of Erasmus and 1 semester of exchange, which was an agreement between 2 universities. Now, after all, I spent so much time in Strasbourg. I started to learn German, which I said I will never learn German because I was learning Spanish. It's like, no way. But I did learn actually at the end, so I didn't want it to be wasted, so I did my master in Salzburg. I started last year, September 2022, and since then, I'm still a master student. And my experience includes how I actually also started ESN, that I was a buddy in Istanbul in my university, and the buddy program was coordinated by the international office. After being a buddy, I got a job in international office, like a student job, and then I got into ESN. I found myself in ESN, and it just happened automatically. And I started as a social inclusion coordinator. And since then, I am working as a designer, as well as freelance for product design internships. I had digital design internships in an agency. And currently, I am working in international office of Salzburg, which is not really surprising after all. And I do Instagram, incoming events, and also I'm working on the body program, revising the body program. Yes, so at the top corner, you can scan the code, and if you would like to, you can see my professional portfolio. If you wonder what does industrial design mean, I don't know, like, what do you do for a living? I do things, a couple things, and if you would like to see what I have been doing as a communication manager in ESN Salzburg, you can also very welcome to stalk our Instagram account if you haven't, of course. Yes, ESN experience. As I stated, I started as a social inclusion coordinator. I did 2 mandates, and we had a lovely, actually, social inclusion meeting just right before Corona in my home university at the time, which was held by ESN Turkey, and I was present there as a social inclusion coordinator of the section. And afterwards, I went for vice president, and that was the experience I had that actually changed my view to ESN, because I realized I don't like that much paperwork maybe, but more creative stuff. Then at the same time, while I was being vice president, I was also elected to be communication manager, so I did those 2 positions at the same time in the same mandate. During my vice presidency and communication manager in ESN Bahçeşehir, I was in Erasmus, so most of them I did online. I continued to forward my section while I was in Erasmus in Salzburg. And afterwards, I was OC at ESN 101 by ESN Turkey. That is an event for training the newbies in Turkey. There are a lot of sections in Turkey, so you need an extra event, except NAs, for that. And afterwards, when I decided to stay in Salzburg as a master's student, okay, I just cannot quit ESN, I'm not ready for that. And I went for communication manager since then. I got elected recently, as you might remember from our post that we also posted on Slack. And during that, as you might know, I was the main OC of ESN Austria's National Assembly Summer last year, and as well as graphics OC. And it was, wow, it was a lot because we were only 5 people organizing it, but it turned out really well. I'm so happy and I appreciate my team from here. And afterwards, let's say, okay, I talk. It's time to show and talk again about what I have been doing in my position. I can talk all day. You can listen to me all day, but please talk us and you will have a better insight of what I have been doing. So, as you know, ESN, it was ESN Uni Salzburg, and it was a chance that now it's ESN Salzburg. Therefore, as a communication manager, I'm quite aware that it's not only about social media, but also communicating in the real world with people. I built a bridge between FA Salzburg and ESN Salzburg. They recognize us, they know us, they have an awareness that we are something, like, we're there. They never heard it before. Can you imagine? No, no way. Afterwards, I did a communication between Uni Salzburg and Mosambio, and all the things that just written because I want to continue. The recruitment campaign we did, the inclusive stickers, we cooperated with Basti for that. Thank you for coming to me, and I was really happy to help. And okay, somebody has to talk about some things that are not going well. And I will want to talk about it. The visibility, engagement, and interaction, these are the top 3 priorities of mine that I want to implement in my mandate. And what I will be doing, under CM, a strong brand presence, enhanced visibility. We have a lot of sections doing a lot of stuff, but nobody sees it. Nobody's gonna know that you're doing amazing things. Thank you.
So we're going to be fair with every candidate, we have to be strict with the time. So right now, I'd like to invite again to the stage, yes. So both candidates now will be answering questions, comments. So right now, the speaker list is open. Can you raise your hands? Yes.
Hello, Julian, ESN on the team. So you're both experienced on the local sections, and in my opinion, communications, especially online, from a local section differs a lot than on the national section. You were just mentioning target audience. Who do you consider your target audience when you're a communication manager?
It's for both?
For both, yes.
So for more than a presentation.
I feel like the main target audience should be institutions when it comes to social media like LinkedIn. But even though in Instagram it should also be institutions, I think it's also important to have incomings in mind because they are also the ones that should know what ESN is.
Thank you for the question. I mean, students helping students, right? So I will prioritize students first. And then, of course, both incomings and local students, because we also need local volunteers to keep this organization going. And then I will, of course, put in the priority of the universities, we should collaborate more because they need us, we need them, what I believe. And you start your question as different between local level and national level, right? And that's why I might wait that long to apply for a national position, because I want to make sure that my experience is enough to be the best, to give the best as much as I want.
Clarification in the next question to both candidates, it would be alternating, okay?
So you're both juggling in Austria, right? You're both doing a lot of stuff. It's amazing. You both have a lot of experience. So my question is, are you aware about how much work it is, that it's not just the communication, it's also a board position? It means also you have to work a lot with the other board position. It takes
even more time? How are you seeing this? How much time do you think you will have also to work with the whole team? And are you maybe thinking about leaving some of those many things you're doing? But just before you answer, I think it would be nice if you could also clarify what the BIM is, because not everybody knows what BIM Pol is and stuff like that. Thank you.
Then I will start with what BIM is. It's a visual identity manual, which consists of brand identity, and it's a manual, and it says how to use it, the certain type of logo, the typography, the coloring, and so on. That's what BIM is. And to your question, thank you for your question. Well, as I mentioned, I did both positions at the same time, vice presidency and communication manager in my previous section. And I did it online, and I think it was really hard. And I believe that being in a national position, this experience will help me, because I'm not constantly living in Vienna or like other city that the majority of the board living, and I might sometimes just join online. And I believe that I have experience delegating things online too. And that's the reason I actually waited that long too, because last year I didn't have time. I was studying full-time, but now I'm studying part-time. That's why I wanted to go for it this year.
So for me, in terms of time management, I think I know how time-consuming a national board position is, and I feel like I would be able to handle it properly, because already this year I was involved in a lot of things, and I managed to find time for everything. And I literally had like 4 or 5 calls every week that I had to find time for. And even though it was a bit exhausting at times, I managed to find the time to do it. And in terms of stuff that I would leave behind, this is going to be my last semester active in my local section in Spain, because it's been a long time and it doesn't make sense for me anymore. And so I will just be an alumni, so nothing to do on that side. And then I'm not that involved anymore in the local level in the FI either. Like right now I'm acting as communication manager, but just because I was involved in other things, and I got into the position mostly out of the necessity of the section. I am not that involved in that anymore, and it doesn't motivate me that much now, because I feel like it's been too long for me in the local level. And I think, yeah, like I will still stay in the communication committee, because I really enjoy it. And we have like a community that I really like, but I think that's.
Maybe is an international question to Jess. You spoke about supporting the section. Could you maybe develop more what that would entail?
Yes, so basically what I want to do is, so for those who don't know, the Concord from ESN International every year does a screening report of the social media from sections. And at the end of every year, they send the report to the national communication managers, and then there they state the violations that sections have made, like some advice on how to improve their social media or their communication in general. And I would like first to use that information to know what the sections are lacking, or like what kind of stuff they would need to be provided with. And then I would also like to do a lot of trainings, because I feel like most times the main issue is that people don't know how, like, what rules are established in BIM, and there's also the issue that there's a lot of BIM things that are a bit subjective sometimes. And So I feel like people need a lot of training in that side. Also because a lot of people in ESN Austria are quite new, so they don't the knowledge transfer with COVID and stuff got lost. And the people who knew about communication are no longer that involved in the sections. And then something that I would also like to do is try to be more close with the communication people. So maybe at the beginning of the mandate, have some kind of call or some kind of assessment of the situation of the section and have a more guided help to the section.
Richie is in Austria. First of all, I'm very, very happy that there's 2 applicants for the communication manager with this experience. Amazing. And I want to ask both of you, there's only going to be 1 communication manager, right? But the other person, would either of you, both of you, consider joining the ACOMCOM, the loser?
Don't put that in the report. You should alternate.
It doesn't really matter.
Okay. As you feel, girls. We are very lax.
Thank you for your question. Well, firstly, I was an active member in Turkey in the national communication community, and I must say that I can really see the differences between how the communication is handling in different sections. And I will definitely support when there's a need of communication, why there's a need if I don't get elected, which I am actually doing as a local communication manager. We had quite a talk with president of ESN Kufstein, for example, because he mentioned that they don't have a communication manager at the time, and he asked me if he can use some of my designs, and I said, of course, it's an open source, and I sent links to him if it's what you mean. So I'm already doing it, and I will continue doing it.
I'm not sure I understood the question correctly, because what I had in mind doesn't really align with what I had understood.
Yeah.
Yes, I really believe so, because I feel like communication is something that I really enjoy doing, and I don't enjoy doing it as much for the local section, because it's different type of campaigns and things that you do. So I think yeah.
Okay, before we continue, we already exceed the time for answers. So for now, I'm going to ask to shorten your question and shorten your answers.
Can I also ask a question?
Yes, you can ask questions to either candidate. Yes, obviously you can. So for the moment, I'm going to time. I'll try to be shorter. If not, I'm going to put, let's say, seconds to questions and to answers. Okay?
It's covered.
Okay, so let us know if it's covered.
Oh.
The beat.
Yeah. Sorry. Chair.
Hi, Pete, ESN Company. My question was mainly to Edge, but you're absolutely free to answer it, but she just pointed it out, that's why I'm asking. How are you planning on increasing the visibility of ESN Austria on social media?
I have several experiences in terms of using the social media and creating content, including the design of the content, managing social media. And visibility is really important in terms of recognition and awareness. So what my plan is, it was written, but I didn't have time enough to read it, sorry. I like to keep things in order. That's why I want to do a content plan ahead of a month, and which shows you, okay, this day I'm gonna post this. This is the caption. This is the hashtag. We use the not the wrong hashtags. That is really important. I couldn't mention it, but and therefore I think we can increase the visibility, like, for example, different kind of campaigns, like ESN International, section in the spotlight. And I think Instagram, you can reach a lot of people, a lot of students, a lot of partners. That's why I thought about just giving space for other sections to become visible in ESN Austria's Instagram account.
Lucas is ex-member of ACOM. So I'd like to give you specific, a different question about ACOM. First, you just, because you brought up ACOM, how do you plan on finding and motivating people for ACOM?
I feel like the first thing that I will do is actually contacting the communication responsible from section, because I feel like they are the ones that know if they have people that might be interested in communication in the section. And after that, I feel like actually having like some kind of like unofficial communication channel where people can actually share ideas, or like if they have doubts if something is being compliant or things like that, they can actually check with the people, and where they can just basically share ideas. Because I feel like in communication, the most important thing is to have somewhere to share your ideas and have people that actually give you feedback about it, and you can just get more creative that way.
Actually, how do you envision ACOM?
So, as you might all, not all, but some of you know, that we already have a communication community channel in Slack, and people are actually very invited to write their ideas, their questions, but it is not quite active, unfortunately. And what I thought is that I maybe can be an example that I post some things there weekly. It can enforce or encourage people to be more active, and that's what I want to do. I want to be approachable about anything, literally. It's not about only design or social media, but also communicating between the members, with the newbies, because I think it's all inclusive and it should be inclusive. What my plan is to post there is I like doing market research. What I do, I don't just go to Instagram account and post and leave the account and switch to my own personal one. I don't do that. I stay in the account and actually consume. I consume the posts, the ideas of other sections internationally. I meant that what they're doing. I save them because they're inspiration for me. I found my inspiration within the network. And that's what I want to give the other sections.
Yeah. Maxi is in Austria. First of all, thank you so much for both of your amazing presentations. It was very nice to watch and listen to you. I'll try to keep my question short. Do you have any plans for our ESN Austria website? So would you like to focus more on social media like LinkedIn when it comes to communication with stakeholders or institutions?
We have already seen what Richie has been doing with the website, and I think it's amazing. What I will do is I will not put in my priority list, but I would like to cooperate with the next WPA to improve and enhance what you guys already have been doing, and continue the work. It would be a shame that we just cut out there and it stays in the production process. Therefore, that was not my big priority, but I would definitely look for it. And for myself, I work as a freelancer of UI UX, user interface, and user experience design. Therefore, I think I will be helping about it also.
I actually had thought about that because there's some good practice from ESN International from Concord that basically they use also the blog from the website, and I think it's a very nice way to make the website closer to people and that they actually want to check out what's in there. And you can always link the website with LinkedIn or other social media so that it's more reachable for people.
From now on, we are going to have 1 minute answers and 30 seconds question. I have 2 questions. Can I answer them at once? Or shall I ask them? Like those 2 and 3 again.
You can ask them one. You prefer to answer it together or you prefer it one by one? All these
No, but if I have to sign up for speakers list again.
No, with each.
With each sign up, you have 2 questions, 1 question, 1 comment, or 1 comment. You can have 2 comments, right? We say visitors for signups.
And Anna is in Graz. You both now mentioned social media a lot, so communication, like our current communication manager focuses on website development and the other tools that we use. How proficient are you with working things that are not social media and are related to communication?
Okay.
Could you clarify what you mean?
That's just like the new ESN Austria website in particular, just like how do you feel like you build these sites?
Yeah, I mean, I have background in engineering, so I studied programming, and my first internship was in programming. It was web development.
So for clarification, so you are also planning on working on stuff communication-wise that's not only social media related?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely. As I mentioned before, I'm not only doing the social media, but the communication between the institutions, partners, and also newbies, and team members, as well as the merchandise that you might have already seen the stickers from ESN Salzburg. And we just ordered some bags, and we plan to give them out for the students as a goodie bag for now, but our long run, our plan is to actually sell them. And as far as we asked in the beginning of the day, that if it's possible to have an ESN Austria merchandise to support the budget. And I think that would be great if it's implemented. And I have experience in working with WordPress in terms of web design, and I'm not a programmer. I don't know programming language, but I think it's something that goes both. If someone knows how to do the programming and if someone knows how to do the design. It's not like you cannot do the design by programming or vice versa. So I would think that it would be a very good fit if I can work with WPA.
Hi, Philip von ESN Innsbruck. Actually, you coming also from a smaller section, so the question would be from our side, what is your plan to support smaller sections in regards to the communication visibility? I mean, you already covered it on the national level. What is your plan for the smaller sections?
Thank you for your question. As you mentioned, I'm from ESN Salzburg, and it's a rather small section. But before that, in my previous section, ESN Wattensee, it was actually quite a big section. So differences are really obvious that we need to implement different style of how we work with the smaller sections. And what I believe, for example, when there's an email in our email box from ESN International, or for example, I just got it, I don't know, 2 months ago, ESN cards, and there's a template out there from ESN International. You don't need to do an extra thing, it's already there, and they're asking us to use it. But maybe many sections don't see those emails, they're not aware of them. That's what I want to do. I want to let, especially smaller sections, know that there are templates already provided by ESN International, and encourage them to use it, because there are Canva, Photoshop, Illustrator templates, and if they need any help, I'm proficient in Photoshop and Illustrator. So,
Time is time.
Julian, yes and me. Only yes and no answer. You answered it partially. Do you have the technical knowledge? Both of you, you answered it already. You did not work independently of the WPA.
Yes, but I would have to get back into it a bit because I haven't done programming in a couple of years.
Okay, and second question, how are you planning on spending the budget for your position?
I actually don't know. I'm not entirely sure what's the budget just for communication. I just remember the merchandise one. And there's actually a lot of ideas that I have for merchandise because I was also designing stuff for my section back in Spain. But I really don't have any ideas right now on how to spend the budget.
Yes. And for the merchandise part, I already told about my view on it. And if you want to be visible, it's not only digital presence, you have to be visible, also printed. That's why merchandise, I think, is really important, as well as it might be an income for the budget.
Thank you.
Lucas.
Proceed. You want to make question? Okay.
What do you think about X, formerly Twitter, and other social media channels that I haven't mentioned? Would you also dedicate a minor amount of time?
I'm sorry, you mean other social media? So I know that ESN International is quite active in TikTok. I was in Steve in Greece at Hens in October this year. Last year, it's not, but and the communication manager was there, and we had a task. It was a workshop, and we needed to take a TikTok video in 50 minutes, and I think it was really fun. And I think social media presence in other platforms are really important. But of course, if it's worth it, I think because it's time consuming.
Yeah, I agree that other types of social media are important, but like especially for instance Twitter when it comes to universities and institutions, because for some reason, especially universities, they like using Twitter a lot. And also everybody knows that making reels and TikToks is like what everybody does now, but I wouldn't prioritize it if we don't have enough resources, meaning if there's not enough people involved with communication stuff, it wouldn't be my priority.
But before we go ahead, I would like to propose to the speakers list just any objection. The speaker list is closed.
Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask you because you mentioned that you're not really motivated to be a communication manager in your local level, but what motivates you to be in the national level?
Basically, what doesn't motivate me about being a local communication manager is that you have more restrictions about what you have to do. Meaning, there's some stuff that you are kind of forced to publish because it's needed for the income. It's there's some campaigns that basically you have to do every semester, like ESN card, calendar for the events every month at the beginning of the semester, then introducing the team. Even though you can actually change how you do it every semester, create new things, whatever, it's kind of always the same kind of thing.
I mean, of course, we have always to audit like all campaigns, but I feel like there's something more monotone about using social media from local section. And then when you are using the national organization one, it's a bit more wide possibilities that you can do with it.
Anna, ESN, it's a yes or no question. Have you, before this NA, been in touch with your fellow applicants regarding your collaboration in one team?
No. Yes.
Reaction to what?
Reaction to what? To her?
The two her, yes.
Okay.
What I understood is between the candidates, not my local section. That's why I said no.
If you are in national board, if you board members have been in touch.
Ah, yeah. Maybe
And with this, we finish this topic. Thank you so much to both of them. Please, and now we have the candidacy for the main arbitrator.
Yes, 1 second.
That is gonna join us. It's not only 3 projects.
So, first of all.
Experience with communication.
It's like a YouTuber.
She should be connected now. Yes. Okay. 1 second. She is going to be able to hear us. If they have questions, I'm gonna get some position. 1 second. Just gonna try to activate.
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. Oh, hello there. 1 second. We cannot hear you yet. 1 second. We need to check. Can you say something? Yeah, we can. Awesome. Perfect. Oh, wait. Now, people.
Can you speak? Okay, yes, we can hear.
Yeah, but very low.
Very low. We're gonna try to make you louder.
Okay, this is really.
Should be like here or like input? Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah, right. We can hear something.
Yeah, we can hear something, but very, very.
Yeah, it's just weird because if I turn on. Well, just 1 second. The thing is.
How your voice going on?
Like it's that one. That should be it.
Like we can hear from the speakers.
I don't know. Like if I put on music, it's gonna work, but it's not working.
Maybe it's on Zoom. So
maybe it's from the Zoom, not from the Zoom itself.
Yeah, true. Makes sense. Okay, now it should work. Hello, hello. One more second.
Okay, so meaning like our technical chair is working with settings. Just to let you know, we are working with 7 minutes presentation and then 8 minutes for question and answer. if you speak faster, let's say you don't need so much time in the presentation, then that time can be used as well for the Q&A. It's clear?
Okay.
Amazing. Okay, so they can see you, they can hear you, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I was asked to share my presentation myself, but I cannot. I don't have the rights on Zoom, so.
Working on that.
Should we try now?
Yeah. Okay. Should be it. Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Marijke. I'm from ESN Austria, and I am actually applying as main arbitrator. So first of all about me, I am originally from Germany. I did my Abitur there. I also before did a year abroad in the United States. Then I did my bachelor's in the Netherlands in a little town called Haarlem. It's near Amsterdam. I studied international music management there and went on one exchange semester as well, but I went outside of the EU. I went to South Korea. And after graduating from my bachelor's in 2021, I came to Vienna, to the University of Vienna, to study international development, the same as Pia, who has presented before. So I'm currently writing my master's thesis, and I'm hoping to finish by this year. It's probably going to be like September or October, because I'm also working currently. I work 30 hours. I work at the political party NEA. I started there recently, and I am there in charge of basically the volunteers in the different districts in Vienna. And that is why I now decided also to apply as main arbitrator, because it's similar work that I have to do in my actual work and that I would have to do in that role. So my ESN experience is I'm a member since October 2021. I joined right away because in the Netherlands, in Haarlem, we did have ESN, but it was basically consisting just of the board members, 5 members. And we had about like 35 exchange students per semester. It was a really small university, but we were a lot of foreign students studying full-time there, which was me as well. And we automatically then basically joined ESN, joined the event, joined the parties. It was mainly parties actually. So when I came to Vienna, I wanted to join ESN right away and be part of the actual team. Then in 2022, in January, I became treasurer for one term, for 1 year. And at that time, I was also part of the office team. I actually started out in the office team and then was kind of asked to be treasurer because, I was running the office quite well. So I actually prepared a few photos to just talk about my experience from the Netherlands. As you can see, it's just the team and all the exchange students from different semesters, and it's also foreign students, full-time students, so that's why it's such a big group, because over half of the people you see in the pictures are actually full-time students who just moved to the Netherlands for their studies. So, we went just out to the city, which is the photo in the dark, and just had parties, but it was really fun, and it was a community, and that's what I connected to ESN right away. That you're part of something bigger than just your university also. During my time there, I was also working for a company in Amsterdam called Graz, which has been partnering with ESN in the Netherlands since the beginning of the company, basically. And I was part of the trip to Prague, where every ESN section in the Netherlands goes to Prague together, organized by Graz. So we were about 600, sometimes 800 exchange students that we took to Prague for 1 weekend, and it was just amazing. We did also flag parade in Prague and walked through the entire old city. Yeah, and we also did other trips with always with exchange students. They could just apply. It was partnered with ESN only. So ESN was marketing it for us basically for YAS trips. So I went to the carnival in Cologne, I went to Oktoberfest in Munich, and yeah, just got to meet a lot of exchange students and experience these amazing trips with them. In ESN Vienna then, I at the beginning organized a lot of trips, like we did a city trip to Graz and went hiking of course, partied a bit, but also did some trips within Vienna. And it was just always really fun also working with the team and organizing it and having this group of friends to go on trips with basically. Yeah, and then I also went to the team building of ESN twice. We went one time to the Czech Republic and one time to Bratislava. So it was always really fun leading the team and being part of the team of ESN and just having a group of friends that are connected by this network. I don't know, it's just amazing feeling. Yeah, as you can see here, those are again pictures of the team building and also our trip to the event city. And then, yeah, I left the board because I wanted to focus on my studies more. But now I feel like I want to be a bigger part of ESN again, and that's why I applied for this position, because I want to get involved more with the little time I have, because besides working and writing my thesis now, I don't have that much time to organize events for the exchange students anymore, so I was looking for a different way to get involved, and I think this opportunity came right at the right time for me, that I could look for something where I can help and be involved without having to be there at a specific time during the working day to organize events. So, yeah, that's about me, and that's the end of my presentation actually.
Okay.
Amazing, perfect.
Batteries?
I guess.
Didn't take the other ones.
And one died. Yep, is what it is. Where is the microphone?
So just so you know how this is going to work, we don't know if Mareike will hear the question. So you're going to ask it, and in the case of her not hearing it, I'll repeat the question to the microphone.
Okay.
Just.
Perfect.
Can you hear me well from here?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Hi, Mareike. I hope you can hear me. Basti is in Austria. She's now in and my question is, what are your skills that would help you to fulfill the role and the challenges of being a main arbitrator?
So the thing is that I don't have any actual skills to prove that I can do this role or anything. I really want to do a course in conflict management. It's something I'm really interested in, but I haven't found one yet. I've been looking. So basically, I'm just speaking from experience that people have told me and I've experienced it, that I am a really good listener. I also am good in staying neutral. So within ESN, I think I see it as a good part that I don't know a lot of people in the network yet. So I'm really neutral. And yeah. So it's basically just about staying calm and not being drawn to one side. I usually just want to listen to everything first and then make my own opinion. And I think that's really important for the role to stay calm, stay neutral, and listen to both or all sides involved, and then yeah, figure out a way to solve it, because it's a problem that needs to be solved, and I'm always known actually for finding solutions for problems or trying to find different ways to solve something. Yeah.
Love your answer. Thank you.
Philip is in Austria. As there is little description of what the main arbitrator does, how do you interpret the job?
My interpretation of the job is basically that if there is a conflict that is cannot be handled within the group itself or between the parties itself, then they would come to me, and it would be my task then to start a process to solve the conflict by, in the statutes, I think it's called, and they say that it's the main arbitrator, and for other arbitrators that would make up the process, the group basically to go through the process of solving the conflict within the parties involved. And I see myself in leading that process and finding out with then hopefully the team of the 4 other arbitrators to find ways how to solve the problem. So more I would like to set up the process beforehand that you could run through if there is a conflict, so that you always have something to fall back on, and then you have to individually adjust, of course, to the situation. But it's always good to have to create a framework that would be my starting point that I see as part of the role. Yeah.
ESN Austria. Do you hold any position or anything in ESN, and or do you plan on applying for any other position or any other project with ESN Austria in the next 2 years?
I don't plan on applying because the other roles that would come to mind that I would like to do are in the local board, like I did before treasurer, but I know how much time it takes, and I don't think that if I wanted to start my working career, actually, that I would have enough time to spend as a board member. So that's one of the reasons why I thought about applying for this role, because it's a role that I can hold without having to spend the incredible much time that the board needs to spend on stuff. The answer is no, I don't plan on any other position.
Hi, Anna is in Graz. Thank you so much for your application. It's nice to see how much passion you have for the network and how much passion you have for your home section. And I know that there's nothing we usually love more than the section that made us an ESNer. I was also seeing your current president applying for vice president in case of a conflict, which includes ESN in the future, or Pia even. How would you ensure neutrality or an unbiased decision as an arbitrator?
So if you ask her, I think she would know that I listen to her like any other person, and I sometimes also go against her decision. So it's like what I always like to do is listen to every side first, and yes, she is my friend, but if it's a conflict involving her, then I would also need to hear from the other side. And both sides are on an equal footing because the conflict doesn't involve me, hopefully. So only if I'm actually part of the conflict myself, then I would be biased, I think. So, yeah. I don't know how to answer it differently than that.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we go to any more questions, I don't see any hand in there, so I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Okay, I will look now. So right now we have Lucas and you as someone else. Okay. Any objection to close the speakers list, basically? The speaker list is closed.
Hello, Lucas, it's on Sandburg, it's on Innsbruck. Thank you very much for stepping up. And I'd like to ask you, do you have any government experience with disputes? And if so, what were your government experiences if you want to, what have you learned about it? And also, if you had any, what, as a person, what would you seek out from a mediator or from a main arbitrator, so to speak, like what do you,
I'm not sure if I heard everything well, so I'm not.
I'm going to repeat it for you. Have you had any personal disputes? And if you did, how was your experience, and what would you expect yourself from from a person who's an arbitrator, right? Yeah.
Okay. So I was trying to think just now because that's what I thought I heard say anyway. So I cannot think of any proper dispute that I had before because I guess some personal ones where it's like if I'm in conflict or don't agree with the person, I keep it inside internally and don't openly start a conflict or anything. And I was lucky enough that I haven't been drawn into anything yet by someone else. So yeah, it's kind of, I just know from disputes with family that what we do is sit down and talk about it. Maybe after like 5 minutes, everyone goes their own way, and then you come back and talk about it, and you can solve it. And I think from someone in a position of main arbitrator, what I would expect is that they actually care, they listen to both sides, because it's always a subjective opinion that you have, and sometimes it already helps if you hear the other person say what they think about and how they feel about it. So that's, I think, the most important thing, that everyone comes together, talks about it, hears what the other person has to say, and then a lot of conflicts can already be resolved.
Hello, Mareike. Julian, ESN Austria. My question is, if I understood correctly, the job as the main arbitrator is regarding issues of code of conduct and team internal issues. Do you also see that the responsibility of the main arbitrator to solve conflicts with external parties?
I guess it could be, but I was thinking of the role as more internally oriented. That's how I understood it. But it depends on the external party of it, I think. I actually don't know because I haven't thought about that part yet. So I think it could be if I have the skills and if, like other people helping out with, like it said that there's 4 other arbitrators as a team, that then you could also look into external party conflict. But yeah, I haven't really thought about that.
Okay, then a follow-up question. Who would you consult if you don't know how to react in a certain situation in your role?
I would first, let me think a bit because I'm trying to understand the question properly. So I would say my first point of contact is the national board, and I would try to talk to them, and also just because I don't have any contacts or anything that are actually educated, let's say that, or skilled in conflict management. So I would just try to talk to someone in a position that I can trust, which is the national board as first biggest step. So yeah. I don't know if that answers your question correctly, but that's what I would do.
Yes, thank you.
Action.
So, well, Lucas is an introvert, so internal versus external, the way I see it is from the perspective is go for the internal dispute.
Anna, you wanted? Oh, that's good. Then, so. Okay.
No? Okay. So those were all the questions. Thank you so much. So.
Thank you for joining.
Okay, other question?
Yeah, I think we can end the call.
Yes, yes. I mean, unless the question is regarding the candidacy. No. Okay, so just thank you once again for joining.
Didn't ESN interview? Can you hear me? Yeah. I just want to ask if it's not too much of a trouble if we can have a 5-minute break or a return to toilet break.
It's gonna extend everything too much. Right now we have the last group of candidates. I know we are all tired, believe me, but it's only the last 3 candidates, so we cannot extend it more because they are waiting as well. So to be fair, let's try to stay on the time, and as soon as we are over with the candidates, then we have the coffee break.
So we
At least it's not if she's not.
If she's already ready, we can start with her, for example.
That's fine. So you don't get what you want, then you go anyway, right?
Aha. Tomorrow this will happen.
Okay, let's go. Should we start already?
I mean, she's with us.
Yeah, yeah.
And battery dies. Where's the microphone? A bit faster. No, you don't have the mic.
Just.
Okay, so now we are gonna start with the candidates for the audit board. Applause to them. We have one ready for line.
Let me know if you have any issues with like presenting. I think I gave you access. So. No worries.
Can you see my presentation?
So as we have been proceeding with all the candidates, 7 minutes for presentation and then 8 minutes for questions and answers. We will reply with the to the question and answer together with the rest of the candidates. Is that clear?
Make sense? Say yes or no.
Sorry?
For every candidate, we are having 7 minutes for the presentation and then 8 minutes for the questions and answers. As you are 3 people, you are going to present each time, and then at the end you will have all together the question round. Is that clear now?
Perfect.
Okay, so the floor, or in this case, the internet is yours.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm Alice, and I'm applying as member of the audit board. A few things about myself. I studied urban planning at the Technical University in Vienna. It says here studied. I'm actually having my master's exam on Tuesday. This is also the reason why I'm not here this weekend, which I'm very sad about. But unfortunately, I have to study. Currently, I'm working as a mobility consultant, and I joined ESN in 2019 in the beginning, so pre-COVID. My home section is the body network team in Wien. Yes, so just a few words about my ESN experience. I quickly became part of the local board. I was vice president and president. I'm now the treasurer. And then I joined the audit board in December of 2022. That was actually an extraordinary NA. And then I applied again for this mandate right now, and now I'm applying for the next one. And I love the work. I like the tasks of the audit board. I also supported the working group expenditure guidelines. And in all of this time in ESN, I have organized many events. I have organized Q&As, actually the last one as well. And I have participated in many, many NAs. And yes, in the future, I would like to also come to the next debate and participate yes, support ESN Austria as a member of the audit board. And that was it.
I would like to introduce to the floor to the next candidate. As we have done before, do you have any preference? As we have done with the other candidates, do you have any preference to go? Yes, you do.
What, sorry? I think Mario is not here.
All right.
So I think it's only me left, right?
Try it, please, before you do it. Oh, microphone. Yeah, we have batteries, so how to work this?
Okay.
Your mistake.
Yeah, 1 second.
I'm lost. Clicker.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Make sure we get to the break. Don't worry. So I'm presenting my application, my re-application for the audit part. This would be my second mandate. And so who am I? I joined ESN in 2018, already before my Erasmus semester, and I did my studies at FH Technikum in Vienna. Finished a year ago actually. My study program was called Smart City and Urban Integrated, Smart City study program that this was about. And now I'm working as a data scientist and as a software developer at a small company in Vienna. And okay, about my ESN career, as we like to call it. So I joined ESN Technikum in 2018, as I said. I hope you can see the pictures of it on the top left. You can see me as a happy newbie at my first NA that I attended. Then soon I became the local treasurer of ESN Technikum, which I did for actually a bit more than 2 years. Enjoyed that a lot. Then afterwards I joined the national board, was secretary general for 2 mandates. During that time, we had some vacancies on some national board position, which meant that I also got to have, I was kind of forced to take on some other responsibilities, which I really enjoyed though, I have to say. And this also gave me a lot of insight into really all aspects of our national organization. And since my role was secretary general, of course, also of ESN International, because I attended many events. And yes, my national board mandate, my second one, ended last year, and since then I've been on the audit board, which I also really enjoyed, to still have a reason to go to RDNAs. One of my favorite parts about being in ESN, and yes, as you can see, took my spot next to Mario already last year, and I would like to continue that. As I said, I've been to many events. This is, if I counted correctly, my 16th National Assembly of ESN Austria. I try to keep my streak going. I've been to General Assemblies of ESN International, gained a lot of insights into how the procedures work there. Also, I'm familiar with the
legal documents, of course, mostly of ESN Austria, since I had to work with them a lot during my national board mandate. I also wrote some proposals for them, and yeah, I would like to continue doing that. And so, what are my plans? I have two things listed here. The first of all, as I already explained in the morning, the main task of the audit board recently, and hopefully in the future, is really to advise and support the national board. Now, with hopefully soon elected new national board, I really want to help them out. In the beginning, I know it can be a bit overwhelming when you start in the national board, and I will give my best to support them. And also, we already touched upon this today. If there are any working groups coming up concerning the legal documents, I will of course be a part of that and try to contribute there. You might say it's a bit of a short list, but this is really the point of the audit board. Ideally, there's not even really a need for us. We are still mostly a reactive body. If something goes wrong, if there's need for attention, we're here to provide it. If we don't need to do that, that's even better. And thank you for considering me.
Lovely. As we done thank you. Lovely. So as we done before, we're going to just have a question to both procedural.
ESN Austria, as we saw that the call with Alice might drop in a few minutes. Do you first want to take care of that before we start the question round?
Of course. I took care of it. Easy peasy.
I'll be the treasurer, not convey.
No way. I have to wait 9 minutes. I'm gonna do it.
Do I need to what's the call? Meet, whatever, I don't know.
I could call her.
LinkedIn, Messenger, WhatsApp.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, after this question and answers round, there's gonna be the coffee break. So please try to stay in your seats even though all of us need the break. And stop going to the middle while people is presenting for everyone. Tomorrow this won't be allowed at all, okay?
Judge me for my results, not for my weight.
We have someone already who wants to make a question.
Good question.
Yeah, raise your hand. Who has a question? Thank you. One question. So we can start by one. Welcome back. So, I would be like question. Besides Lucas, anyone else has a question to be right now in the speakers list? I would like to propose to go to the speaker list after Lucas. There's any objection for that? The speaker list goes after Lucas. Lucas, you may go.
Thanks for your presentations, also to Mario. So, yeah, what are the learning experiences that you've made so far in your mandate for the position?
Or what?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
We need a mic. Should I? No, I have a mic. Oh,
I can get closer to this one so she can hear you. No, you have to use both. You have to use both.
Okay.
Now 3 seconds, I will start working.
Okay, I think yes, sounds good. Looks good. The learning thing is mandate, yes. I think one thing I realized, because again, I was national board just before, and it was very interesting for me to see this kind of perspective change. And one thing I realized is if the national board does not actively approach us with things,
is hard to be involved in anything because it's a bit, yeah, if the national board doesn't ask questions, the old board has no idea if they need help, right? And so I guess it's kind of one of the challenges to make sure to realize if the national board needs help, even if they haven't realized it themselves, or just to be very proactive and offer help proactively. I think especially in the beginning for a new board is really, really important in the coming months.
Does the question apply to both or just?
Can I just speak or?
Go for it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, learning. Since I'm not coming from the national board, in comparison to my fellow members of the other board, I did learn a more about the work of the national board, and especially when it comes to the action plan and so on. But then, otherwise, nothing else comes to mind.
So thank you both of you for your questions and representations. With this, we have closed the speakers list. So now we are starting the coffee break, the tea break, and every break. Afterwards, we have the workshops. So please pay attention to that. But meanwhile, 30 minutes break. Proceed.
Alice, thank you very much for joining.
Yeah. Thank you for joining.
Maxi is in Austria. Maxi is an Austrian procedural question. Should we come back to the coffee break in order to get into the workshops, or should we go directly to the workshop groups?
Where the facilitators want to cover workshops.
Coffee break where it will happen.
Everything's going to happen in the coffee room.
I think that we could coffee room. We can.
It's just I will forget.
We are not thinking about that when we have the break.
We have 4 viewers. Hi.
much yet because we still have almost a half year to go. But what I can tell you is.
Oh, you have a clicker.
Oh. That we are a team of 5 people right now, but we hope that we will find more OCs that will join our OC team. But remember those names. If you have questions, you can text the people on the presentation slides. Yeah, so much for the people that committed to be an OC. And Georg will tell you everything about what we have else.
Thank you. Yes, so what do we have planned? First of all, the NA is going to be in Vienna because Vienna is calling. Yeah, as Vicky said, we have around 5 months left, so that's why not everything here is set in stone. But of course, we want to give you an idea of what we are planning. And the first step was getting the core OC team, which we have, and I'm sure more people will be interested in joining us once everything is on track. So we will be going for a kind of standard Vienna NA for those who have attended some NAs already, which means accommodation is going to be handled by hosting of our local volunteers. We are very, I would say I'm confident that we can handle this because we do have many attendants in Vienna, obviously, and right now I feel like everyone is very, like there's a really active ESNs in Vienna are very active right now, so I'm confident we will manage to host everyone. And of course, this mainly brings down the price, which is something I really want to focus on. We did put 8 years as maximum participation fee because we are required to announce a number today. This, I really do not want it to be 80 euros. I really want to focus on that, to have everything we need for a good NA, for the statutory changes we want in terms of the plenary location. But I really want to bring the price down, and I'm confident we can do that. It mainly depends on the plenary location, on the venue that we're going to have. Unfortunately, we are right now not in a position where we can confirm something because, as I said, we want to get the best deal. We want to get something that is for free and still provides a good experience for the plenaries. And we do have some offers. We got actually a lot of some replies yesterday, which was after the presentation deadline. So we have several options on the table already. We will look into it more, and we will let you all know as soon as we have something confirmed. So you can expect information before the registration opens, which is like shortly before. We might send an email or we communicate this in a way that it gets to all the sections so that you will have a bit of a better idea already in advance. But as I said, it's around 5 months until the date. Here are the 3 possible dates. Our strong preference is the highlighted one, 28th to 13th of June. I cannot guarantee it will be this date. In case one of the locations and the cheapest, best location is not available on this date, we would still prioritize this. But you can mark the 28th to 30th in your calendars. It's very, very likely that we will stay with this date. And this is what we have planned so far. If you have any questions, you can ask them now, but most likely I will have to refer to the information that we will send to you as soon as it becomes confirmed. Thank you.
Session is open, so questions are accepted from now.
Maxi is in Austria. Thank you for your presentation. I was going to ask if you have already some specific things in mind for the theme. You already mentioned the name. That gives me kind of a hint, but do you already have ideas for what kind of, for example, costumes people should bring to this National Assembly, just in case maybe people could prepare already?
I see. Well, yeah, we have the slogan.
Oh. Yes, reaction?
I'm like sad to see that no one is wearing the costumes that we
said to bring for this NA already. So, yeah.
Maybe we have to reconsider the costume idea. No, I really can't give any more details. We will let our creativity flow. To be honest, this will not be it's not my strongest suit, but I'm sure ours will go.
Everybody loves surprises, so wait for a bit longer.
Of ESN Austria. Do you mark the maximum number of participants on your hosting spot, or would you also, if there are not enough hosts, like consider a combination of hosts and hostels?
Okay. I think it's still an option to have a combination. The thing is, it's always hard because the final number of participants, you know it only very shortly before the NA. This is a travel review many OCs have. We first have to get the information on available hosting spots. I don't have a number right now, but I think it should be possible to cover the expected number of participants. Given a lot of people here live in Vienna, so those don't need hosting, I think we will probably manage it with hosting. If really many people sign up, yes, we can still consider getting a hostel.
Is there anyone going to raise their hand? If not, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Objections? The speakers list is closed. Thank you so much. Now you can clap. Amazing. And with that, we are basically touching the ceiling of the day. Before touching the
Yeah, I just so people know, it does matter. Forget it. All good.
I guess for our friendliness, whatever.
Sorry.
For tomorrow, as you know, tomorrow we have the most important day. 5 minutes, please. So tomorrow will be the votings. So as I said today, there was not possible to leave the room when we passed the quorum check because we had the candidates. Still, some people went for PP break or for whatever break. So tomorrow, it's completely fine if you as well have the need to leave, but you won't be allowed to enter again. I already spoke with the safety team and with the OC, and there's only a volunteer in the door. Whoever goes out doesn't come back. If you have to vote, your vote won't be allowed. This is your most important assembly of the year, so I know it's complicated sometimes, but please, for respect towards the candidates and for respect towards the other participants, try to stay. Tomorrow is even shorter, let's say, enforced time. We are only, let's say, close the door from the quorum check until the voting. So in total, it's expected to be 20 minutes. Not like today that we were here for several hours. So please, tomorrow, just for those moments, stay in your seat. Thank you. Then, before the, let's say, official closing and asking the OC to say some words in case we have any announcement, I would like to invite to the stage Giacomo, President of Austria. Of Austria.
I'm mad.
Oh, hello, I know you're hungry or thirsty. We are almost finished, but we have less surprise for you. One knows what I have here. My idea.
Potatoes?
Potatoes could be some other option. Could be. Someone remember maybe that you all wanted a master. We want a master. We want a master. What we did for the last National Assembly is writing a wonderful open code, thinking how to do it interesting and serious for the National Assembly. But do you remember also how many applications we received? 0. Don't worry, then we make a quality election in our NBC channel, first choosing which animals object exactly, then which to buy, and then a name. was really, really hard to choose. But at the end, we have choice. Actually, two choices.
Very often, I think.
Yeah. People from Austria. So there were different proposal. Was a really hard choice, but at the end we chose for a koala because kangaroo was already taken. So typical for Austria, and also for the name we have all different proposals. Then we have a wonderful proposal, especially from Austria. They say most of the mascots are always male. It's still female. So it's, the mama, it's, I can pronounce it right way, and German is not my native language. Koala, so like.
I think we all know what you mean. Yeah.
Something like this.
Oh.
Something like this. If you pronounce it in dialect, it's koala, because the son will be I don't know how to write in German, you know, but the point is koala, something, because you don't pronounce the R. But it's not a good idea to let it explain from an Italian how to write in German. I think you get the joke. So please welcome our new mascot. Now that's the first version we have. If you have some idea how to personalize it, put in a beer, lederhosen, maybe try to separate these two so that we can put them together, but by traveling, maybe just take the small one or both. Let's see. If you have some idea, just propose it. But now we have officially a mascot. Your speaker, please.
Spaghetti, baba. I went bot.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome to the family of ESN. Okay, so tomorrow we have. Tomorrow we have the votings. We will explain anyway tomorrow how we are going to proceed, but just for the sake of already telling you, we will forward you exclusive where you will write your email where you will be the voting because we are going to do it through Aduto. Is all the delegate people aware how the Aduto platform works? Okay, so Adoodle stands for Anonymous Doodle. Have you ever done a doodle? Okay, so basically, it's a voting which is going to be secret because it's anonymous. That's why it stands the A and then the doodle. It's just a voting. You will receive an email, you click on the link, you have the options yes, no, abstain, and then you have a span time to enter and to vote. After that time, it's closed. Okay, and we will get the results. So we know if you open the mail or not, and then we know exactly the total amount of votes. But we do not know because it's anonymous who voted for who. It is a standard procedure and standard platform that they use in many countries and international. So this is a reaction, reaction from my city.
Just for us to make sure that we organize this correctly, is there a difference if there's two candidates between abstain and neither of those two? Is there a difference between abstain and neither of those two?
The way the question for elections of people will be phrased is who do you elect as position X, and then you have, if there's only one candidate, candidate 1, none of the above, or abstain, and if there are 2 candidates, you have option candidate 1, candidate 2, abstain, or none of the above. That's how the questions will be phrased for the elections of candidates.
Is it clear now, or do you want us to go forward? If not, tomorrow we'll repeat it again after the long night of today, in case there's still some uncertainty. We'll show you some photos, some screenshots, so you will be able. Anyway, it's gonna be, let's say, 10 minutes, and it should be fast, easy for everyone of the family. No problem. Amazing. Yes.
NB, now that lab has been presented official, still in rules apply, right?
That after we close the session, please. That's kind of informal. We are still in the assembly. Amazing. Any question regarding the voting? As I said, tomorrow we'll explain it again. We have a topic in the agenda to explain the voting. Here no more. If not, I would like to invite on the stage the OC in case you have any kind of announcement.
I know you're probably hungry. The food's already set up, so once we're done, you can enjoy some food. We have a caterer that brought us like one pot full of vegetable curry with rice and another pot full of Indian dal, also with rice. There's also some salad and I think mango chutney, and for dessert, a little cubes with different flavors, but it's labeled, so no need to worry. Everything is vegan, also gluten free in case anyone. So, yeah. Also, in case you didn't get your name badge yet, you can just come up to me and ask for it. This will be important in case you want to go to the party later on, because we have a deal with the club owners. If you come with the badge and show it, you get free entrance for €3 and a shot if you buy a drink there. Of water, of course, or maybe apple juice. I like apple juice. Yeah. So that's all I have to say. Of course, the catering is provided by Parks, but the sponsoring was done by Stadt Graz. They were really generous with the offer, so we can enjoy a nice meal. Yeah, so maybe a round of applause for Stadt Graz.